Hey, hey.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Kazaroo.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm melting.
Look at, we got some people already in here today.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Sassafras. I don't know. Samara's probably bouncing around. Hey, GB, Leisha, Jess. Hey, Shredder, Patty and Pink, Lynn, Sassafras.
Jim B, I've got your
Hey,
emails, darling.
Chisme. Hey, Jen B. Yeah, the. La, 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 la. How am I already slurring and I haven't even had a drink yet? I mean, it's not even midnight. I don't even drink alcohol, but what, twice a year? Hey, Kimmer.
Hey, Moonshadow. Hey, Jessaboo.
Yep, we're going back into the Idaho 4. I think I'm obsessed. Hey, my elderly cats.
Meow. Hi, Samara. Yes, Patty, I did get your email, darling. I just haven't had a chance to action it yet.
Hey, Moon Shadow.
Ma's been working me to the bone.
Oh, you are so full of crap. You've been out gallivanting for the last 3 days, lady.
Oh, you made me work today.
Aww. I had all the notes down pat before I even took off for work tonight. But yes, I did ask you to handle a couple things.
Oh, you sent me another email. Okay, Jen, I'll have a look for that while Mara's talking.
Okay, guys, let's get into the late. First, I'm going to start with the. Hey, Samara, what are you drinking, girl? We're going to start with a couple of the new news articles, and then we're going to jump into some Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, and then we're going to end it with a little bit of a documentary.
Yeah, Jen, got him, darling.
She fell asleep. All right, let me get my notes open. And then Kaz and I, after we play these videos, we were talking today about a couple of ideas that we had, and we started doing some digging to see what kind of problems are in the area. And I do have the mother's a full record of the jail that she's sitting in right now, too.
But what Ma forgets is I showed you that the other night.
Okay, guys. So the father of Kaylee, we know he's come out with an interview. He's came out with 2 today. So first, I want to start with those interviews from Kaylee's father. I pray I have these names right. And we know that Dylan has been, no, Ethan has been laid to rest.
Yes, he has.
Okay. Gonna go up. This is 6 minutes. We got kind of a long show tonight. Kaz is probably gonna dip on me, but it's okay. All right. So just if you can hear it, Kaz, just say yeah.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and sub to them real quick. Okay. Here we go.
America to this Idaho. Tonight we remember Ethan, Zayna, Kaylee, and Matt. Life just getting started.
Could go up a bit louder if you can.
Criminal.
I'll put
It's been about 2 weeks since the University of Idaho were stabbed.
I got it.
This has shattered peace of mind here in Moscow. In a town that never used to lock their doors, locksmiths are now being flooded with calls. College students are now considering online classes. And while rumors are swirling here, everyone is in agreement on one thing. Justice must be served. We have walked this crime scene, followed the timeline of this case, and asked investigators to answer some of the many unanswered questions about this brutal crime. You'll hear from those experts later this hour. But to begin, joining me again tonight, Steve Goncalves, father of Kaylee Goncalves. Sir, thank you so much for joining me tonight. We continue to grieve with you and your family, and we're hoping to get answers for you. Sir, when was the last time you talked with law enforcement about the case?
Well, we just had a vacation. Law enforcement told me that they were going to drop off a little bit and not to expect the same type of communication that I had gotten before. They passed it on to another person. So basically, long story short, it was Wednesday, 5 p.m. was the last time that they reached out to me. So yeah, that's rough.
Sir, what are they telling you?
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating to me because I've been very trustworthy. I do know things. I haven't shared things. We're the same family that found the original timeline. We're the same family that broke into the phones. We tried everything in our ability to try to get into this system because a court order is not the fastest thing. So we broke in and we did what we did. We know that we have some family passwords that we all share. So we broke in and we helped them. So it's hard for me to give up as a father my protective ability to other men.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack. Give us any information about that. Have they told you who the target was or given you more insight than they have the public?
Hey,
Lilac.
I don't want to talk bad about them because these are some hardworking individuals, and I'm doomed without them. We're all doomed without them. This defund police is just a terrible idea. The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered, it's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute atrocity. That's not something that is it's political. It's not political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the officers and said, hey, this guy treated me with respect on the show. I'd like him that found him, and he had to not do that. So we're holding our tongue. We're waiting patiently, but we are definitely concerned.
That's interesting.
So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today. I was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers and to solicit more information for the timeline. But there's gaps in that timeline. Is there anything that you can share with us that may put people in that direction where they would feel willing to share about that timeline?
I've heard a little bit of feedback on this that people are nervous about the timeline. I'm going to tell you guys that there's so much attention on this. If you can share your information, if you can post it, I mean, it's the internet. You can do these things anonymously. Go forward. You don't have, and for those people who are afraid, like I was intoxicated or underage, that's not what they care about, guys. They're not looking at that. That is not going to happen. So give your information, give out that picture, that image, that video, that selfie, whatever it is, give it out and know that there's zero chance that they're coming to you for, ruining your career or your anything along those lines. They're just looking for data right now. And you could be the key. You might be something that has been overlooked. So I just implore people to come forward, especially when you're even close to that timeline, because technology is the only thing that doesn't lie, really. It's just data. And then we can analyze it as a society and determine what it is, but it doesn't lie. It's just simply data. So it's better than an eyewitness. It's better than anything that we can produce. It's right up there with DNA. And I just implore you, sometimes even if you think that selfie has nothing in the background, maybe there's a car that should be there, that somebody said in their alibi, I parked right here next to this tree. And then there's that tree and your car's not there.
Getting the Gabby Petito father vibe
on the screen for people to call, give any information. Sir, thank you so much for coming on the program. Keep us posted on what's going on in this investigation. We'll continue to follow it. Thanks again.
Hey, Lisa.
He gave me the Gabby Petito's father vibe.
Yeah.
I think he's about to go on a damn mission, which I would be too if that was my kid. Okay, so this is another interview with him and Kaylee's brother and sister. And they're talking about the stalker thing. And if she would have told anyone in her family that she was getting stalked. Another debunction of the stalking, in my opinion. These websites are so weird lately. Because I know this was a video. No, maybe it's, yep. Look how much she looks like her sister. Poor baby. Come on, don't be mean.
I was just going to say that. Be nice to Ma.
In deep. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Let me go small frame.
I was going to say the wheels on the bus go round and round.
No. Round and round.
Well, at least we haven't
This is
got
the
square
short bus.
round. Oh, this is a short bus.
Oh,
Well, we
that
had
was
a
so
square
bizarre.
bus the other day.
I had a friend that used to always say that she keeps her circle square.
Yeah. Patty, I sent you a direct message in Discord with the full video of everything that occurred at the food truck for you. It's 30 odd minutes long with all those people that you and Jen are looking for. And Jen, if you want it, I'll send it to you too if you don't have it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Patty asked for if we had the full video of the food truck. The 32
Oh,
minute
yes, we
video.
do.
Yeah, I just sent it to Patty.
We have that. We have a lot tonight that's going to make you guys go, because Kaz and I have a completely new, well, we spoke about it last night a little bit, but I'm starting to go with another theory, guys.
Okay, sweetie. Okay, Jen. No problems.
Me, it's not real yet. I'm a bit in denial.
Yes.
I'm hoping for justice. That's why I'm
Sass.
trying to switch myself into that mode to try to find some justice.
We got rain.
That's where I'm at.
Steve, Olivia.
Yeah, I just know my sister. She was a hard worker, and just sitting in my
Doing.
Me, it's not real yet. I'm a bit in denial. I'm hoping for justice. That's why I'm trying to switch myself into that mode to try to find some justice. That's where I'm at.
I get it. Steve, Olivia.
Yeah, I just know my sister. She was a hard worker, and just sitting in my bed and crying myself to sleep isn't gonna do her any justice, and that's not what she'd want me to do. She'd want me to stay active and doing what I can to spread her message and hope that we can find this suspect or suspects, and that's how I feel.
I get it. I get it. She's got a great smile. We keep showing that picture. I know your family's been frustrated with the investigation so far, understandably so. Here we are, a week and a half out, and really not much information about this. Does not appear to be a suspect. Tell me, Olivia, what specifically you've been frustrated with, because you did your own work here. For instance, you found video of the food truck, for example, where two of the victims were seen the same night as this killing.
That's right.
Yeah, I would say, I think that obviously this is extremely personal for us, and we treated it that way from the very get-go. I know how valuable those first 48, 72 hours are. And I can only hope that the police also know how valuable that is, and that they have a lot of information there that just isn't public right now. I will say the one lingering frustration I have is the timeline. I know it's semantics, but my sisters got home at 1:56. It wasn't 1:45. I know it might not seem significant, but when we're looking for camera, when we're looking for dash footage, when we're looking for any of those things, I do feel that it is valuable, and they did get home at 1:56. Not
That the suspect, the killer, is someone Kaylee knew very well, and that the killer might even be at the vigil. Remarkable. I wonder, Steve, do you share that view?
It's speculation. My daughter was very popular. It seemed like everyone that I talked to said she knew everyone. They had parties. They were college kids. They were about to graduate.
Yeah.
So somebody could have partied in the house and got an idea or got the confidence to pull that off.
Steve, this question of a stalker, and I'm very conscious with this story of how many rumors have been circulating, and a lot of those rumors turn out to not be true. But Stephen, this discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Yeah, it seems to be knocked down. Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. Kaylee FaceTimed me. She didn't call or text. She FaceTimed me for literally hours, almost every single day. And she was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something, and she would have said it to us. She wasn't, scared to get us involved in her life in any capacity like that.
I know you're frustrated with how much and how information, developments in the investigation are being shared with the public. Are they sharing anything with you that they're not sharing publicly in light of the fact that this was your sister, this was your daughter?
I'm not getting anything. They're not sharing much with me. I know that there's a separation in duties there. They do have the FBI now, so I don't know how much the individuals that I'm talking with, which are the local, are actually exercising their different jurisdictions. I think, they have briefings, and if they haven't had a briefing, they probably.
I actually watched today a little bit off the cuff. Hey, Queen, Lynn. And I do like that detective, that retired guy that was on the right with him. And he was saying that even if the cops knew, that they would not, they have to hold it close to the vest because they may know, Kaz, like they can't tell everything to everyone because they got to keep things that only the psychopath would know. And I think Gen X sent us a video or something.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, babe.
Probably don't know exactly what's going on.
So the family is basically saying right there, if Kaylee had a stalker, she would have definitely have probably told her sister or a family member, or considering how close her and Maddie were, maybe Maddie would have said something. I think it would have been out like on social media somewhere saying that they think somebody's stalking them.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Her sister and her seem to have a really strong bond.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Jen B, I just looked at those photos and I can see what you're talking about. And when Ma sees the photos, she'll understand as well.
Yeah, I just want to get through the articles.
Yeah. But wait until you see what Jen sent. It's gonna.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to go on to these couple of articles before Kaz and I tell you our theory on this, and then we'll look at the pictures, and then we're going to jump into a couple things on Reddit and a couple of interesting things on Twitter.
Definitely.
But this one, New York Post. Oh, they got that picture in picture too. Stop being.
I know. Well, I wish they'd stop doing this.
Why do they do that? Yeah, right. Go away. No, I just want to go back. Even though this was out,
Jim Clemente,
even though this was out the 24th, I watched this and I found some interesting new things that I had not heard before.
Clemente, he's a retired FBI supervisory special agent behavioral analysis. He tells Fox that he and someone who has not carried out such violence This is probably more of a compulsive kind of person that would put him at a younger age and maybe in the age group or just above the victims, going into an occupied dwelling with 6 people in different rooms in the middle of the night is an extremely high-risk crime. Unless he knows one or more of the people, this offender did not just randomly choose this location. This is a personal crime. The coroner says that it most likely was the same weapon, the same knife that was used to stab all 4 victims. But you investigate a crime like this, and it's a knife that's being used as the weapon of choice. This is a front-face interaction. This is a personal crime. What do you make of his analysis of the description of a potential suspect?
Well, look, with a
Yeah,
knife and you've got multiple victims, this is not a
Paddy,
crime
on
that,
your thoughts on
a
what
minute
you
or
think it is too.
Wait. Let me pause. Let me
killers.
pause
We
this
can't
because
rule
this.
out the fact that there may be more than one.
Yeah, Kaz, tell me to pause because I really
Sorry,
want you
Donna.
to hear what he says right here. Go ahead, babe.
I've seen this before. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. I just wanted to quickly
No,
say
go ahead, finish.
to Paddy,
Huh?
Paddy in pink. Paddy wanted to see the full truck video because she has a theory, and I'm interested to see her theory when she revisits that video. Jen's visited that with some backup photos that she sent her, so I'll be curious to see what Paddy's theory is on the food truck as well. So be interesting. You girls are very good coming up with all these different theories. Come on, finish your sweater. I need to go and get some water before I melt.
Crime that can be committed in, like if there was a firearm. This is something where the killer or killers, we can't rule out the fact that there may be more than one, but you've got the person in there for an extended period of time because they've got to kill and fight with potentially 4, and they might be in different parts of the house. So there's lots of information that was left behind. And by
Haley, you're giving a ton of more.
How rude. Yep. Gonna have to find what sassafras. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff on Reddit. Xana's mom. Yeah, we're gonna get into that in a minute because I don't think it was a stalker. I mean, they got 260 digital submissions in probe of University, Idaho killings. 260. And I wonder if they're collecting DNA or any swabs from the kids, the males. I think you would have to collect female too. I don't know why, but I'm not ruling out a female. And I'm not sure I've ever ruled in a female in any crime I followed. What? Da, da, da. Oh, stop being rude. Come. All right, let this thing think. Telling you guys, it's the New York Post and it's Fox. Oh, here we go.
University of Idaho students in their off-campus house. Steve, now it's been nearly a week and a half since the murder of 4 university. Thanks, Steve. Now it's been nearly a week and a half for 4 university students in their off-campus house. There's no word from police about a murder or a suspect.
Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us live from Moscow. Ashley, this has been such a mystery. Still a lot of questions and few answers.
Absolutely, Hannah and Brian. Investigators are still combing through the home where the victims were found. And from the outside, you can actually see Christmas lights through one of the back windows. Now, 4 families will celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas without their children and siblings. Last night, Ethan Chapin's mother gave a statement after her son's funeral, the first of the victims to have one. Now, she said he was, quote, one of the most incredible people you'll ever know. Ethan's family said in his obituary that he smiled when he woke up and smiled when he went to bed.
How sad.
Man involves a dog in the area who skinned head to tail with
Listen, guys.
a human, but police say they don't believe this is related to the students.
Okay. Did you guys hear that? The skinned a dog 2 weeks prior, they think has nothing to do with the college murders, which I thought was, I mean, unless, I mean, I don't know why they would say they don't believe it does and then they think it does, but who knows what the Moscow police are doing.
Spoke to a forensic pathologist who is known for his work in investigating high-profile deaths. He says DNA left behind will be important to finding out who did this.
DNA isn't blood. DNA is touching the skin cells come off and touching surfaces. So all that would be looked for at the scene. A lot of the friends came over before the police came.
This man is
and
so
that,
intelligent.
Disturbs or contaminates the crime scene.
Police will hold another news conference tomorrow around 4 p.m. Eastern, and we'll bring you those details tomorrow. In Moscow, Idaho, Ashley Soriano, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Ashley.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension.
Okay, so let me see something. Okay, so the news conference, was there a news conference out today? Because that article was out yesterday. And they just said that there would be a news conference out today. Huh, I didn't even look for that. Kitty, get out of that. You can't. This kitty's trying to open his little temptation bag. All right. Is Kaz back? Kazaroo, my baby. I'm going to wait for Kaz to get back.
I'm back. Sorry, that was a mission.
I dropped an article in private chat. Can you read that in your sexy accent for us, please?
I've actually got that loaded up on my computer.
The taxi?
Yep.
Okay. Because this will lead us into Xana's mother, and then we can go ahead and jump into that part. And then we can listen to Gen X's what she had, and then I'll explain what my theory is right now.
Yeah.
And then we'll hear your theories. And like I said, if anybody wants to come up, we'll open the panel.
Oh, absolutely.
At the end of these couple of YouTube videos that I found on another crime scene man that I have never heard of before.
Yeah. Is that the one that
And
you
I
showed me?
Yes. And then we'll end it with our documentary.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah, Jen B, I didn't think so either. But in that video that we just listened to, she said that there was going to be a press conference tomorrow, and that article came out yesterday.
All right. So, it says it's a known party spot. Now, they're not just referring to the house, they're talking about the neighborhood. Taxi driver claims Idaho murder house was near a drug, it's too hot here, guys, a drug distribution point.
Hey, sweet Melissa. Okay, I'm going to mic down and grab a drink.
All right, Donna. Mexico, Idaho. A taxi driver revealed that the house where the murder took place is a known party spot, while adding there were people, that's where people go to get drugs. Just days after the murders, reporters heard loud revelers next door to the home where detectives are still looking for leads. I used to drive people there all the time. It's a known party spot. Everyone knows that's where people go to get drugs, the taxi driver told Idaho Tribune. A law student named Jeremy Regan, who lives next door to the crime scene, told Fox News that the victims regularly had gatherings and noted that people entered and exited the house pretty frequently. There were parties that were kind of loud, said Regan. Why? Well, that was pretty short. Surely not. Oh. As I would take my dog in and out to go to the bathroom, and I would see people in the windows almost every night, probably 4 or 5 nights a week. It was kind of a party house, but then again, the whole neighborhood is a party neighborhood. As a result, there might be dozens or even hundreds of DNA samples from earlier gatherings, which make forensic detectives' duties more challenging. Many photos of victims on the murder day have recently surfaced, where they were seen posting with many of their friends in a party together. Jim Clement, a retired FBI agent, said he didn't think the attack was random and called the murder sloppy and juvenile. Speaking to Fox News, he said, "It just seems like a targeted event. I think it was building up in him for a while and he just lashed out. Now all eyes are on the toxicology report. If they were under the influence of any drugs or were slipped something at the party that incapacitated them," forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden said the toxicology report held vital clues and could help investigators determine if the victims were knocked out by date rape type drugs. The victims of this grisly murder, as we all know, are Ethan from Conway, Washington, Madison from Idaho, Zana of Arizona, and Kaylee from Idaho. Okay, so that's that one. Now, what about that article that I sent you about what the coroner stated about the popped in Discord?
Wait,
about them not all being in bed.
Oh, you want me to put it in Discord?
No. Are we going to read that one?
Yeah, that's the one that you wanted to share. That was, so go ahead. Pop it up, baby. Hello, Ariana. I've never. Oh, we have a new guest in the house tonight.
Welcome.
Welcome in, Ariana, to the The unbiased, crazy nut farm. Fasten your seatbelt.
This morning, I sent Ma a clipping of an article that I wanted to show you all.
And you're going to hear us get into a debate after this, but go ahead.
Okay, and I'll just share this. Just loading. Loading. There we go. Yep. So I'll just show you this. Because up until now, it's all been said that they were stabbed in the beds. But, no, thank you. This article came out on there. Some of the murdered Universities of Idaho students were stabbed in the beds. Some.
Now, guys, we have to give Kaz a pass because she did not see the live last night. So we're going to give her a pass on this article because we love her. We love her so much. Okay.
Oh, are you going to tell me you showed this last night?
No, we didn't show this. No, we didn't show this article last night, but we went and listened to an excellent. She was a female criminologist or something, and she was kind of breaking down a little bit about this article. But go ahead, because some people weren't here last night. No, go ahead.
Okay.
I want to hear it again.
Of the 4 University of Idaho students who were found stabbed to death in the rental house last Sunday, some were killed in their beds. The Latte County coroner told CBS News Friday. Coroner Kathy Marbut would not provide any further details. She noted, however, that earlier media reports stating that all 4 victims had been murdered in their beds were not accurate. So we now know, well, you know, I didn't know, not all of them were in their beds when they were murdered. So the ones that had defensive wounds just shows, I think personally, and you may have already discussed this, the ones I take it with defensive wounds were not located in their beds when they were found deceased. I take it. That's just my take on it. On Thursday, Marbut told CBS News the students were killed with the larger knife, expanding on the autopsy reports, which concluded, well, we know the 4 victims were stabbed to death. But this article is kind of contradictory because it then goes to say, according to Moscow police, the coroner said all victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds and each were stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of SA. Well, that contradicts the second one where it says they were all murdered in their beds. So they can't have 2. They can't, either they were sleeping on the floor or they were in the bed.
Yeah, we Pat Brown, we watched Pat Brown did a YouTube. It was really interesting. But that's why I think, well, after the article, I'll tell you my theory. Listen to your theory.
Oh, well, that's the only thing I wanted to bring up, because the rest of it is everything that we've heard before about the multiple phone calls, and everybody's been cleared according to the police that's been looked into so far. So that was the only thing that I was.
Okay, so do you want to go ahead and pull up what Gen X pulled up, and then I want to play the.
No, Jen doesn't want me to pull it up until she speaks to us.
Wait. When does she want us to pull that up?
And not until after she's discussed it with us.
Okay. Does she want to come on panel?
No. She didn't say. She
I'm
just wanted
confused.
to discuss it with us privately before it went out.
Oh. Okay, this is the last news article. And then we're going to get into some. Okay. Sick similarities. University of Idaho massacre is eerily similar to Ted Bundy's killings, who enjoyed hunt and climax of deaths, experts say.
Discover the power of Glow Labs Pro H, a youth regenerating serum to age beautifully from every angle.
I
It
need that.
definitely jowl and really is good on that neck.
I think I need some of that cream. Look at you. There we go.
Local police there in Moscow, Idaho, have brought in the state police, which is a good thing, not to suggest that they're in any way inept. It's just that the state police have many more resources to help. Interesting, they're saying a serrated edge was the weapon. That leads us to believe it was a knife. Very interesting how 4 students can be overcome by one person with a knife, not a gun. There is speculation there's more than one defendant. Sounds unlikely to me. The male victim, Ethan, was found on the 2nd floor. No suggestion as to where the women were found. Was he killed first?
Discover the power of Glow.
They're pushing this.
Hang on, guys. No. That was actually the wrong one.
Sleeping in their beds. I'm talking about the slaughter of University of Idaho students. The case unsolved. The murder weapon not found. The killer on the loose. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to our friends at The Today Show.
The most pressing facts are still a mystery. No murder weapon, no motive, not even a suspect description. Devastating for the families of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. Praying for justice in their grief.
Turn yourself in. You owe it to these mothers of these children, these fathers, these families. You're wrong. Turn yourself in.
And so far, the police say that they've received about 500 tips, and they're asking for even more tips from the public, from anybody that knows where these victims were.
I know I got to go to the little girl's room, so I just drank a half a bottle of water. But Kaz, just make a comment every once in a while, like sneeze, make a little poop, get Oscar to have a stinky butt, whatever. I'm going to use
He's
the little
fast
girl's room.
asleep. But this is used under the Fair Use Act for commentary and educational purposes.
Yeah, I just want to watch the beginning. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I just want to hear her thoughts in the beginning were interesting to me.
The night before.
And I'm not a big Nancy Grace fan, but I mean, I like her. She's tough, but yeah.
They were killed. But right now, the biggest lead seems to be that large fixed blade weapon, possibly a combat knife.
Let me introduce to you an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, I want to go to Audrey Conklin, investigative reporter with Fox News Digital. Audrey, thank you for being with us. This, of course, went down on the edges of the University of Idaho along Greek Row at off-campus housing. What do we know about the area?
We know that everything is very close by. All of the places where each of the 4 student victims were the night before the murders and the early morning when it occurred are all very close together. You could even walk to each of the places. I don't think they did because at least 2 of them were driven home by a private party, but they're all very close together.
You know, that's significant. That puts things in an entirely different light. Now, Joseph got Morgan with me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, and author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, star of a hit series, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan.
If most people walk to where they're going, Joe Scott, that tells me the killer probably walked there too.
Yeah, and when you look at this place, Nancy, it's got very specific points of access.
Well, we
There's
all
a big
know
bank
there
of
was a
windows
ladder
in
up
the
one
back of this house
side,
on
that's
essentially
for
the second level. It's kind of built into the side of a hill.
Looks like a split level.
It does, and you can assess the place from a long ways away, but still have cover. I think that's significant, and you could only do that on foot.
That's interesting that I just wonder sometimes, Joe Scott,
We've been saying that from day
cops
one, Cass.
do the same thing I did as a prosecutor, like we're doing right now, sitting around and discussing and talking about possibilities. Again, when you look at this house, I'm looking at it right now, it looks like a split level. There is, what would you say, huge timbers holding up what appears to be a wraparound patio or a little porch that goes around the back, which would be very easy to get on. When you look at it, I'm looking at the sliding glass doors. The father of one of the victims stated that, and it's very apparent that there are 2 points of entry. One is the front door, which is only entered with a code. Got to know the code to get in. A code like you would see on a rental unit.
3 points.
You know what I mean, Joe Scott, where you punch in 1, 2, 3, 4, and the door will open. The other point of access would be that sliding glass door, which for time immemorial has been a sweet spot for burglars. They're really easy to get into, and a lot of people leave them unlocked because they're a pain in the rear end to lock.
Yeah, they are. And sometimes, particularly college kids, you'll forget to do stuff like that. But can I draw your attention back to that door that has the keypad? If folks can find a static picture of that, just that standalone static photo, and if you look to the left, there's a road, a tiny road that runs up the hill. Now, yesterday they had the police out there taking a look at tire tracks or burn marks essentially on the road. Do you know there's a tree line right there? You can park adjacent to that and walk through the tree line and get access to that top level. So it will provide cover to get to that second floor that you're talking about. That kind of has the balcony, the decking area. It's kind of built into the ground. It's real interesting the way the whole thing is constructed.
You said burn marks. What do you mean by that?
Well, it looks like you can kind of see the skid marks in the road, like somebody has burned rubber in that area.
It's scratched off.
Yeah, they have. And I really wonder if they went out there and took rubber samples as well off of those tracks that were left behind.
But here's the problem. There is absolutely no control of the crime scene. When they got the call, everybody was looking around. And Joe, you would know this. It's really hard to keep people, particularly people of rank, from going up and looking and seeing the bodies and those sorts of things. And so the crime scene has been contaminated at the very beginning of this case.
Guys, you're hearing Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer, joining us out of Jacksonville. And not just lawyer, this is why he's critical today. He's former FBI, former police officer, and author. You can find him at dalecarsonlaw.com. Audrey, Joe Scott, Dale Carson, and also with us, someone we lean on a lot, Dr. Jory Crossan, psychologist, joining us, faculty, St. Leo University, research consultant, and author of Operation SOS. Guys, please jump in whenever you have a thought like Dale just did, and like Joe Scott brought up those rubber marks where somebody scratched off near the home. Is it connected?
I came in late. Whose mother? Xana's mother from the College 4 was arrested, and right after this we are going to get into her and show you her record. And something very interesting about, she got arrested in the state that she did not do the crime in. That's very interesting.
You don't know. Half must investigate. What are they doing right now, and what have we learned? I want you to take a listen to the county coroner, Kathy Mabbitt.
Most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound. Yes.
Can you describe what that one might have been?
Fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area.
Were there, and I only ask this because it sometimes determines what kind of a crime this was, a crime of passion, a random crime, a fight, a struggle. Okay. Was there, were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
Hearing our friends over at News Nation, Joe Scott Morgan, I got a problem. Okay, I got a lot of problems, but one of them is that Kathy Mabbitt, who I'm sure is a fine person,
got them first go,
is a registered nurse.
If they were fatal stabbings, if some of those were killed on the initial stab, they pretty much knew how to hit a vital organ in the first stab. That's pretty good aim. mean, how many of you would know in a, adrenaline pumping, know where to stab? If they're in what position where they're lying in bed? If they're lying on their side, how would you know to come on which angle, if you're right-handed or left-handed with a knife, to create a critical injury?
Hey, Rob. Yeah, but I'm saying, I mean, we'll get into the theories after a little bit more. I'm only going to go about 3 more minutes with this.
Wait for it. Who has a degree, a BS in political science, and a law degree from the University of Idaho that she got in, I believe, 2006. Could have been 2001. Did you hear me?
I did.
A registered nurse with a law degree and a degree in political science. All those things, each of themselves, are spectacular feats. Okay? Really hard to do all that. But we need a trained medical examiner to look at the wounds and also not to disseminate information until it has been determined by a medical doctor, and possibly not even then do I have to say Delphi. Look, I want to know the information just like everybody else. But this is not the time to be releasing information about the wounds of the victims. Because if the killer is watching TV, what's he going to do right now? He's going to take that fixed blade knife and get rid of it. He's going to clean it and get rid of it. Because so much information is being leaked. And information critical to the case.
And there's no central point of control with it. This is what really struck me about her interview, and she'd given one prior to the one that we just listened to, is that she made a statement before the police ever made a statement. I mean, an open statement where they gave an interview.
No offense, but shut your pie hole, lady. Go ahead.
No, yeah, and so that's a bit different. And I think that a lot of this goes, and I'm not disparaging the jurisdiction up there. I think a lot of this goes to a lack of experience that they might have with dealing with mass fatalities like this, and something, people don't think this can happen in your town, and it does. It truly does, evidenced here. And everything demonstrates that you have to be on the same sheet of music. You have to have a point of control for all information that's coming in.
It's called a command center.
You're right, Dale Carson.
One of the noticeable things is when you do crime scenes like this, you've got to cover everything to prevent the environment from just spoiling it. I haven't seen one covered area, particularly in the back of the property, where it's likely this individual stood and surveilled the house for perhaps a protracted period of time. And that's why the assaults were on the upper floors.
That was the part that I kept thinking, my gosh, this creeper or whoever it was back there in that wood line. You're on mute, Kaz. Okay, let's go look at the mother.
Jem B just corrected me in an email. Thanks, Jem B. She said we can share whatever we want about the email she sent us. She thinks it was Gen X that wanted.
Yeah, we'll share. So this is so bizarre to me. Hey B, a GH. Hey Rob. So this is Xana's mom. 43. Yeah. She's in Kootenai County. She's in custody. She was booked November 20th, 2022. And what date was? Sunday. Yep, the 13th. So she was taken in exactly a week after the murders.
Yeah, she went to jail on the 20th. She was actually arrested on the 19th. Late in the night on the 19th.
Mm-hmm. And let's go have a look at her charges. Now, the rumor on Reddit is that she got busted with $700,000 200,000 fentanyl pills in Arizona, correct, Kaz?
I thought that was the value of them.
Might be. But did she not? But that crime was in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she does the crime in Arizona. She's sitting in the jail, and there's no extra. They're not extraditing her as of right now. They're not even talking about extraditing her. But these are what she's in jail for. And there's also something interesting we figured out when we pop into the Twitter. Who are sorority sisters? Like, okay. I can't see comments, Kaz.
Oh,
so here
okay.
she is. Booked in 11/20. No scheduled release date. She's got on 11/19/20. They're all the same date, all the same times. Possession of, they're all the same except for the warrant of detention. $50,000 bond on the first one, $50,000 bond on the possession. But
they're all possession. There's a lot of possession.
That's a lot of drugs.
Her name is Canoodle. It is Canoodle, darling.
Yeah, it's right here. And that's Santa's last name.
Yeah.
Canoodle.
Canoodle.
One second. Let me look at my note card real quick because there was something that I saw that I wanted to touch on, but it might be on Twitter about somebody broke down the neighbor and it was really interesting. Okay, so there's a couple theories I have. And because of it being no SA, and I'm not saying this is what happened. This is one of my theories. Kaz and I were talking about earlier. Do you want to pull up those articles real fast on the fentanyl?
Yeah. I mean, I was quite shocked when I started researching how many drug-related busts there were.
But pull that up real quick, and I'm gonna break this down real fast, and then you can break that down.
Okay.
So Kaz and I were talking earlier, and I thought, we've got 6 kids in the house. We've got 3 girls, a guy. One of these girls who is boyfriends with Ethan's mother is in jail for, and we'll show you on Reddit, a lot of fentanyl. And we all, from the taxi driver, if it's true, this is all allegedly speculating. He claimed that it was a big party area and that's where people went to get the drugs. Now, what if Xana was selling fentanyl to the students in college? I mean, it's just a thought. And what if she was the one that was targeted? But so they're not the ones with the defensive wounds as far as we know right now. But what if it was about them and they went into the second sliding glass door on top? And then remember, the other 2 girls were drunk. It seemed like they were hanging out in the same bedroom and they were trying to get a hold of Jack just before these killings went down. Kaylee having the defensive wounds. What if they came out of the room because they heard something, and that is the reason why he had to or she had to kill those 2, but the bottom 2 stayed away and they never popped out. So that's the reason why they were spared. That's my opinion. Because of the fact, and I hate to say this again, because there's no SA involved. That to me takes out a pervert stalker.
Yeah.
All right, Kaz, all you.
All right. Well, This is a very recent. This happened in September 14th this year. They charged 2 people in Moscow, Idaho, with felony drug trafficking. And this was a person called Tyson Farley and Tanya Rhodes. And they were trafficking meth and fentanyl. And she posted bond. She got out on bond. Farley, he wasn't as lucky. He remained in jail. That's one. And they found not only meth, it was meth, marijuana, and fentanyl. That's a lot. Now, the next one.
Jess says, I heard allegedly Xana did have defensive wounds. I did not hear that, but that would explain the fact that if, let's just say that he went there and didn't realize that the boyfriend was there. He's definitely going to take out the boyfriend first, and maybe Xana woke up.
Yeah. Here's another dude.
You know what? Tell them what I told you when I saw this guy's hair. What I said it reminded me of.
On a bad day.
This guy, my ferret's hair, when she wakes up in the morning and she gets out of bed. If she wakes up, guys, I'll put her on cam again tonight. She's behind the couch sleeping in the cushions. That's what her hair looks like on a bad hair day, and I have before I brush it.
I mean, this is another one. Fentanyl again. Fentanyl charges, $50,000 bond. He had prior felony convictions for escape, and he was already out on bond for pending felony charges. This was back in November, 11th of November this year. 1 felony breach, 4 prior felony convictions to failure to register as a sex offender. We going to learn that McNee was out of jail on $55,000 bond for an incident in late September where methamphetamine was allegedly located in the vehicle he was driving. But he's currently in jail, so. But that was very close to the thing. Then we have Moscow police knew how bad the drug situation is because they did this. They had a sit-down discussion. Come up on the screen so I can see. You see it now? There we go. Moscow Police Department discusses fentanyl situation with parents, and this was in October this year. So they know the drug situation is bad out in Moscow. According to Moscow police officers, there is at least 1 fentanyl overdose per week in Latte County on average. This was shared to parents, students, and school administrators during a presentation on drugs in the county in the community Tuesday at Moscow High School. Corporal Ryan Schneider told those in attendance that fentanyl often comes in the form of counterfeit pills of other drugs like Xanax and oxycodone. They also come in any color. This leads to people unwittingly ingesting something far more dangerous than what they anticipated. Unfortunately, people don't know what they're buying when they're buying stuff off the street, he said.
No.
He added that fentanyl is cheap and causes a strong high. Sellers are profiting off it, but people are also dying because it's so potent. Moscow PD investigated more than 40 cases in 2021, significantly more than heroin or meth. The number of fentanyl cases has increased in recent years. Officer Mitch Noon said drug leads to property crimes as addicts attempt to steal valuables to sell for drugs. It reminded parents of local resources that are available for the children. I mean, it must be that bad that they are now doing this in the communities to try and bring awareness to everybody.
Hi, Bravo.
So, yeah, I just wanted to share that with everybody. So,
yeah, I think it was actually, was it Xana? Was it Xana or was it I think it was Madison that got the new Range Rover.
No. That was Kaylee got the new car.
Okay, Kaylee. Now, look at this.
Hey, Vala, what part of Aussie? I'm in Aussie.
Former University of...
Where are you?
God, you are so rude tonight.
I'm sorry. Oh, wow.
Being rude. Kaz, look at former University Idaho professor arrested on drug charges.
Wow.
I mean, even though it was a couple of years ago, she was arrested on controlled substances, misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Absolutely crazy.
Okay, go ahead and have your conversation with Money Moves. Who's in Australia? Oh, Avala.
Vala's in Australia.
Okay,
I have another Aussie.
Okay, so are we going to show Gen B stuff now?
Yes.
All right, Gen B, here's a link. Come up and let's see if you've got your system working good. Maybe just mute YouTube altogether.
I should try that the other day.
Or we can probably open up. You want to try to open up Zoom? Yeah, try again, Jen. And Gen X, if you want to come up too. Okay, what are we doing right now?
I just don't want to dox Jen, so I want to download this stuff first.
Yeah, let's not dox her. Okay, Gen X sent another email also.
Oh, Jen.
You know what? It was funny. You can ask them in side chat. Remember last night, guys, when I had to go check the email? And I was like, oh my gosh, tell Kaz what I said. How organized. Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, I don't want to mess anything up. She's going to kill me.
Oh, because I've got everything put in folders.
It's organized. And I was afraid to go in there. Okay, Jen B said she can't come up. The info she sent you explains it.
All right, Jen. Oh, yeah, Jen. The things Jen sent us is to do with Shanquella Robinson.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but
well, we'll get into that maybe after this, depending on how long we get into it.
Oh.
Okay, so we go ahead.
Okay.
But I don't want to get into her right now. I want to finish with the Idaho 4.
I know. This has got nothing to do.
Yes, that's for later.
I'm doing what Jen sent us. This has to do with the Idaho 4.
Okay, wait. So we got Lynn says Idaho 4. 11:27 update. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred. So, is that interview out? But now let's get into some things. Now we're jumping into YouTube. And this man is named, have you heard of Unsolved No More? I am going to put all of this information in the description right now while it starts. And I didn't ask him for permission, so I hope he doesn't want to kick my ass. And we did reach out to Johnny Hall today and left him a message too. I actually just invited him to come over and join our panel for a little bit.
Yeah.
If he would think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got these photos that Gen X sent us. So, do you want to do which one? Do you want to do first?
Wait, are these on the Idaho 4 that you're talking about?
Yes, darling, they are.
You choose. You choose.
Well, this would be quicker than watching the video. And Vala,
okay. You said Twitter?
No, darling. I didn't say Twitter. These are what Jen has found on Facebook.
Okay, we'll play it.
Okay, but they are screenshots that Jen has taken, and she has redacted. She did very good. She redacted something.
Ooh.
She's very good.
Don't you think we honestly have the coolest people in side chat? Like, have you ever seen an argument in side chat?
No. Oh, yeah, a couple of times, but when that has occurred, we've ensured that the person that...
Jim Terry. It's all Jim Terry's fault. Just go ahead and say it. He can handle it.
No, it was actually Gamer Guy who was being rather nasty that time.
Yeah, well, Gamer's a good guy at heart, guys, honestly. He just goes through kind of like these little manisodes. Hello, Marietta. We all need cream. All right, Kaz, go ahead, babes.
All right, so first of all, can I please say to Val, nice to know you're in Melbourne, Val. I'm in Brisbane. It's nice to see you there.
She lives in the Melissa Caddick house with Anthony Coletti.
No, that's Sydney.
I know it's Sydney. That's why you're not in Queensland or Brisbane.
I'm going to share my entire screen.
All right, we got the trigger warning coming. Let me open up. Okay, one sec.
Show this. Come on, be nice. It's being ostropulous. I don't like it when it's ostropulous. There we go. Can you see that? No, it's very small, isn't it? not going to behave.
You want me to do something?
Oh, it's just, I'm trying to make it bigger because that's just way too small. Well, it's small on my phone. I don't know how big it is on screen. How big is it on screen, Mom?
I don't. One sec. I was on the other screen looking at something. It's fine.
Is it fine? Okay.
Yeah, just.
All right. This guy is who Jen has found some. He's from Moscow, and she's found some very interesting things that are pretty unusual about him. Just pull up the other photos that she sent me. Very disturbing in the fact that of what he was posting on his Facebook page. I think it was pretty much Facebook page about slitting throats.
Oh my God. Slitting throats?
Yeah. His name is Josh. Another J. What's with the J's? Not that twice. Alright. So here's first disturbing one. Can you see the blood on this t-shirt? With this slit throat. And then this next one, it says, this guy is at a uni where the girls go, have friends in common, seems to have some strange fascination with blood, slitting throats, chest injuries, and as you can see, there's a chest injury here.
Kaz, can you right click and save those pictures to your desktop? And then open them from there? Because, I mean, they're small, but... Or if you want to drop that link... Oh, you saved them.
Yeah, I've saved them.
Yeah, can you save those to your desktop and open them up, and then we can zoom in real close.
5.
We can
just
zoom
bear
in
with
real
me.
Close. Take your time. I was on the other screen getting something ready. The poll.
Oh, you did a poll.
Yes. Okay, why Kaz is doing that? I want to show you something real quick just on Reddit. Just want to pop to Reddit real quick, Kaz. Let me know when you are ready, baby cakes. You ready?
Just stop sharing. Yeah, I'm just going to stop sharing this first.
Okay. What in the okay, you're gonna have to reread that again. What the hell? Yes, Lilac. I'll turn the music down. It's in the background. It was to keep us relaxed while Kaz was doing her thing.
This is the dude. I mean, granted, It's just part of the thing, but this isn't the first one.
Is that Kyle Fries? Or Fry? Is this Kyle Fry?
What's wrong one? Sorry. Go back.
Wait, guys. Is this Kyle Fry?
His name. This is the one about the chest injury. Wrong one, Cass. The wound. And this is, they posted this on, I have to go a bit smaller to read the thing. He's posted these hashtag Idaho student murders. He looks to be the same person. I'll read it again. This guy is at the uni where the girls go, have friends in common, seems to have some strange fascination with blood, slitting throats, chest injuries, knives, and stabbing. He looks to be the same person she was hugging at the food truck. I've had to cover his face as it's speculation at the moment. It does look like there is some pullback from her, as you can see by the jacket. All right, ready for the next one? Oh, sorry, wrong one. Going. That's him there. Can you see that? That's him.
That is absolutely just a strange. And when did that come out? Those pictures.
You have to ask Jen that.
There's no dates on those screenshots.
Oh, Jen did the screenshots, babe. I don't know.
Oh, okay. That is very strange.
That is the dude that the police have allegedly cleared.
But you just said he was cleared?
Well, that's one of the dudes at the police said that they cleared everybody that was allegedly at the food truck. But have the police seen these things? You know, his fascination with the blood and the slitting throats. And, I mean, it might be nothing, but could be something. Has law enforcement seen this? Because they always say murderers normally know, the victims normally know the murderer. Just saying. Anyway, that's what Jen sent us. What else did she say? Jacob, Joshua, Eddie. The bagel man. Yeah, Josh Petty is his name.
Can you see who his friend? I wonder if he's got Kyle Fries as a friend.
I don't know. I can look him up on Facebook though.
All right.
That's what I do, Jen sent us.
All right, I want to jump into these Twitter things real quick. Then we're going to touch on that Reddit real quick, and then we're going into a couple of videos.
I need to search my next babe.
Go ahead, babe. So here we've got Maddie's boots in her window. This photo is heart-wrenching. Daily Mail took it 10 days after Maddie was brutally stabbed to death. Her pink cowboy boots are still visible in her window. Was going to say the same. Seems like inside job. Haven't heard much on the case, so I don't want to speculate. But how do cops rule out anyone at this point? I mean, even of the dead could have done it. Although I heard no weapon found. Sometimes it ends up in blanket. They called their friends instead of police. That seems very odd. Chaos. Ovum's getting the John Benet Ramsey feeling. All right, here it is. Okay, so the Moscow Police Department providing the following information to update the public on known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred November 13th. Community members have uploaded over 488 digital media submissions. We understand there is a sense of fear within our community. Since November 13th, the department has received 78 calls for unusual circumstances and 36 requests to check the welfare of loved ones, an increase from 70 and 18 respectively for all of October. As officers respond to these incidents, they find that concerned parties call friends and family before notifying the police for life, safety, and emergencies. We want to remind our community to call 911 before notifying family or friends. The University of Idaho is hosting a candlelight visual Wednesday, November 30th, to honor the memory of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. And then tips. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders. Information can be submitted. So that's the big update. Okay, and where is that? One sec. Let me look at chat real quick. Right? Hey, Susie Rainwater. Right? It's just crazy. This I found interesting. So, Liz in the tweet below, but unfortunately, the tweet was taken down. Maybe it's back up. Okay, it is back up. Good. Okay. I find it interesting that Jack Kalovich, who Ethan Chapin's last Venmo transaction was with, donated $6 to Ethan's GoFundMe page, 6 to Xana's page, and 12 to Kaylee and Maddie's shared page 6666. Even weirder, go check out Jack's sister's Venmo. 3:30 a.m. was Venmo the day of the murder. I don't see that transaction. I see one about 20 days ago for a jacket. Let me save this so I can zoom in. But before I show it, let me just... Okay. This is the part that I was looking for, and I'm done with the Twitter. Interesting. Liz Katovich, which is Jack's sister, and Kaylee were sorority sisters. Did anybody Did anybody know that? We got a little feedback, babe.
Sorry.
If it's the fan, then it's okay. Did anybody know that they were sorority sisters?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either. Interesting. Okay, so that's all I wanted to show on Twitter. I'm going to have to look into that. Let me just show you this one thing on Reddit, and then we're getting into the couple of videos. Okay.
Oh, Money Moose, you knew that.
Now, this is what I found interesting. Let me refresh this. Something interesting about the new press release. I noticed that the neighbor was not added to the cleared list. Historically, since the inception of the investigation, when the public gets suspicious about a particular individual and the theories get traction, Ellie is a few days later in a press release or press conference. Yet this didn't happen. And that just reminds me, one second, guys, because there was something on Twitter that I wanted to show you regarding this neighbor. One sec, guys. Let me just see if I can. What a senseless effing crime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lynn's just sent us the update on
I read it while you were the police update.
Oh, you read it already.
Yeah. I read it already.
You read it already?
I read it already. Let me jump back into Twitter real quick because I really want to get into this videos. What is this? Killer facts 21 minutes ago video footage of Idaho students' home. Is this like what we've already seen as far as... Ugh. Why do you got to have a knife like that? Oh, wait. Before I go into that video, I'm trying... Oh, please. The person is showing the Zillow. Get the heck out of here. I'm looking for the thing about the neighbor. "37 minutes ago. Has anyone heard anything about this? There seems to be a lot of homicides going on." Is this it? Nope. There's the father. It was something about a very bold killer. Oh, what is this? Looking forward to more riveting cheese and egg talk from News Nation, then being condensed to through entire broadcast. Brian Enton. Okay, I don't know what that crap is. Just looking for that thing about the neighbor. I'm shocked I didn't put it on the note card, but obviously I didn't. just going to look a couple more if I can't find it. I know I'm close. We watched her last night. Mary Ellen O'Toole, former agent in the FBI profiler. Is this it? No.
Excuse me.
I'm only going to look. I know it's right around here. All right, I'll look for it. I just don't know. Oh. Wait, I might be getting close to it. I cannot believe how many tweets come out. Oh, what is this? Oh, the same thing as before. There was something that this guy was breaking down his stats on the neighbor, and it was really interesting. Oh, where are you? And of course, it's the one link I didn't save. Who is this?
There is the killer split loose out there. I think they've handled it very well at this point. You don't need to either get people's concerns further out there in the community or signal something to a killer. There were two people who were sleeping downstairs who were unharmed. Someone would have either had to know the inside of the home, know the there are some things around this that don't ring true, at least in my mind, as to be some kind of random kind of break-in and mass murder rampage. You would have thought they would have also gone downstairs and harm the other people. There was something in these people's orbit, or a person, one of the victims' orbit, that caused this incident. Perhaps comforting, to know that they've ruled it out, that there isn't someone kind of loose. And a lot of people have asked, well, by this point, wouldn't they have back fingerprints? They would have back DNA. Fingerprints or DNA only good as something you have to compare it to. By not hearing certain things from the police, I think they have a lot more than we were aware of.
You know what's funny too is Off the Cuff actually said that the blood was it may not be in the system like we were talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday. Yeah. All right, let me see. I'm so close to it. There's Johnny. This guy breaks down.
And it is unusual that there is no blood trail going out of the house, because there was a heck of a lot.
Right?
I mean,
all right, Kaz, talk for a minute. I want to look at one thing.
Yeah, there was a heck of a lot. YouTube. And I agree about that neighbor. He's inserted himself. He's getting his 15 minutes of fame. He seemed to know quite a lot. I mean, there's a lot of neighbors around that house. Why is he the only one that's come forward to do an interview with the news people? Why hasn't the other neighbors come out? Why just him? I thought that was unusual when I first saw that interview. I walk my dog. Yeah. I was just thinking that, Gen X. Can somebody remind me what his name is in chat? And I will do that while Ma is looking for this particular. Does anybody know what his full name is in chat?
It was funny, Kaz. Last night we pulled up all of the the ownership to the house. They wanted to, someone in chat asked me if I knew who owned it. I'm like, I don't, but we'll find out right now. And then, of course, it was an LLC, and then I pulled up that LLC to the management company.
Exactly,
Oh, I'm getting close to this.
Sample. Killers do tend to put themselves in looking for the person that is missing. That they ask questions about the investigation to try and find out what law enforcement knows. I mean, I've watched so many that this has occurred. Well, he's definitely not camera shy, Bella. Does anybody know this dude's name?
Look at this right here. What dude's name, hon?
The neighbor.
They said it right there. Here it is.
No,
Thank
he's
you.
just saying he's camera shy.
Oh, I thought it said Cameron. Okay, look at this. Molly Gray paid Liz Kalovich $3:30 in the morning, the time of the murders, the day, exactly 24 hours before. Why? And Liz was the sorority sister to Kylie. Is it Kylie? No. Jeez. Kaylee.
Thanks,
So yeah. So Molly Gray paid Liz, Jack's sister, November 12th at 3:45 p.m. And then something here is 3:30 in the morning. And then there's this one. Jack, $6 on a donation. And I think these were the donations. This right here was towards the GoFundMe. I'm getting close to that video. I am almost to where I was this morning. Is this it? No. What are you looking for again, Kaz?
I want to find out who that neighbor who did that interview's name is. So I don't know. There's just something about him.
Well, maybe his name.
Regan. Okay, thanks, VH.
Maybe I'll find his name if I ever
I've
find.
Got it. Thanks, Del. Got it.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna run a background check on this dude.
I'm gonna look for the video on YouTube.
Over a certain age.
I found it.
I knew you would.
Okay, so I'm not sure who this is, but I need to close down some. Oh. Be nice, please.
Be nice to Ma. Guess I found him.
Oh, I didn't even hit play.
Welcome to another video from Never a Truer Word. And in this video, we're going to look at this.
Okay, so did you get the boyfriend's name? I mean, the neighbor's name?
Oh, it's not the boyfriend. It's the neighbor. I sure do.
Okay, well, this is the neighbor we're speaking of right here on the screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll drop his link. I'm going to put him in the description too. This is TW. I've never heard of him before, but I saw this today and listened to it a little bit. Not to mention he's got a great accent, but I found this interesting. So let's go to 1.25.
This neighbor of the Idaho 4, does he know something? And does he deserve the label of suspect as given by some people in the true crime community? And we'll do that by looking at the words he used in one of his television experiences. The Idaho murders it's a shocking story. 4 students killed in the one house near the University of Idaho. At the time of recording, the police don't seem to have a suspect. They don't even seem to know a motive as to what happened and why it happened. Just a horrific story. And this neighbor of the Idaho 4, the 4 people who were killed, has given a few television interviews, and people have been watching these and raising some questions about it. His demeanor has raised some questions, and what he's saying has raised some questions as well. So let's look at the words from one of his television experiences. It's the one that's on the screen, and there's a link to this interview in the description below, so you can watch it yourself. And let's dig into what he says, because often people will reveal more than they intend to with the words that they use. So let's have a look at the words he uses and see if we can find out what is going on. He starts by saying, occasionally there were parties that were kind of loud. Most of the time it was pretty self-contained, but yeah, as I would take my dog in and out to go to the bathroom, I would just be walking by. I would look up and I would see people in the windows almost every night, probably 4 or 5 nights a week. So there were a lot of people that went into and out of that house pretty frequently. I don't know the question.
This concerns me already, just looking where he lives. Now, I thought initially he lived quite close to where the kids to me, where they got murdered. He lives right down where Kings Road is at a T. It's on a T junction. Kings Road is at the top T. He lives on Queens Road, and he lives at the bottom end of Queens Road. So for him to see the kids in the window, he wouldn't be able to see it from where he lives. He would have to be up the road. That concerns me.
He said he walks his dog.
But he also says he looks out of his window in that article.
Oh, did you run a background check on him yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll look at that after this video. I'm going back to use the little girl's room, so I can't pause it for 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
So maybe just give a little sneeze here and there so we don't get in trouble.
Sneeze. Okay.
He was asked to get this answer, but he starts by talking about the parties that were occasionally loud but self-contained. And then he goes into talking about the comings and goings and the people that were at the house. I don't know if he was asked about them or not, but he's really quite detailed about them. And I'm interested in why, before he says what he saw at the house, he feels the need to justify how he knows this, how he saw this. For some reason, he can't just say, about 4 or 5 nights a week, there's definitely lots of people in the house. He has to tell us that he only knows this because he would take his dog for a walk. And when he was walking by, he would look up. And he says, I would just be walking by. And I think he's trying to downplay, make it sound really innocent here. I was looking after my dog. I was doing a good thing. But it feels to me like he was observing this house pretty closely. So he's doing some justification as to why he was looking at this house. I wasn't really looking at the house. It was a side effect of me being a nice person and taking my dog for a walk. I would just be walking by suggests he was doing a little bit more than walking by. He also says he saw people in the window, and he gives us his reasons for why he saw the people in the window. He was walking his dog, he'd look up, he'd see people in the window. He doesn't say how he knew that people went into and out of that house pretty frequently. He doesn't give us any reasons to why he knew that. I don't think it's something you would see as you were just walking your dog. So how has he been watching this house more closely than he'd like to admit? He starts telling us something in the present tense as well. Look at the third line down. He says, but yeah, as I would take my dog in and out to go to the bathroom. So he wants to tell us about a specific event. As I was taking my dog, but he then talks about, stops and starts again in the general sense. As I would take my dog in and out to go to the bathroom. What was he going to say? What was that specific thing that he was going to talk about? We'll look and say, he does use the past tense to talk about this. So occasionally there were parties that were kind of loud. I would take my dog. I would be walking by. So there were a lot of people that went into and out of that house pretty frequently. So he seems to think the party times are finished in that house. Now, that's not illogical given what has happened in that house, but he certainly feels that whatever was happening in that house is now finished. And I notice as well, there's a repetition here. He talks about taking his dog in and out to go to the bathroom. Actually, if you were taking the dog to the bathroom, you take the dog out and then back in. But he says in and out to go to the bathroom. And then when he talks about the house, he says there were people that went into and out of that house pretty frequently. In and out is a repeated concept there. I wonder why he does that twice. He goes on to say, so yeah, it was kind of a party house. But again, this whole neighborhood is sort of like a party neighborhood because it's just off campus. So you sort of don't have to follow the university rules. This is congruent with what he said previously. He said there were occasional parties and they were sort of loud. So I don't think there was very much ruckus going on in that house. And he, again, doesn't say it was a party house or it was a wild party house or a full-on party house. Just it was kind of a party house. He uses the past tense again. It was a kind of party house. So he definitely thinks that these times are all in the past. Again, logical, but he certainly has drawn a line under it. The neighbor goes on to say, I hope whoever did it gets found because 4 people is not something that you just walk away from and act all normal. And so whether or not the cops think there's a danger, I disagree. I think there is a danger because 4 people shows that that person is dangerous. So I hope he's caught, preferably before I get back from break. Got lots of interesting things to say about these words, this statement that he's given. He hopes the person gets found, not caught, not brought to justice, it's not stopped, but just found. No desire for justice for him at all in this, in anything that he's said. And also he talks about 4 people. He doesn't mention murder or killing at all here. He mentions 4 people twice. 4 people. We see in guilty people who are accused of doing something serious, they will downplay it. They won't talk about a murder more. They'll talk about this crime or what happened. He doesn't even bring any of the violence or horrible things that happened in. He just talks about 4 people and he does it twice.
More suspicious of this.
I want to know how he knows that the killer walked away and is acting normal. Because he says, this is not something that you just walk away from and act all normal. How does he know the killer walked away? And how does he know the killer is acting all normal? He doesn't. Well, he shouldn't if he has nothing to do with it. But that's the kind of conclusion that he has come to. And again, in that, no desire for justice. This is not something you walk away from and, you don't get put in jail for, or, that you don't get called to account for your crimes. He just thinks that this person has walked away and act all normal. The line about danger is oddly worded as well. Whether or not the cops think there's danger, I disagree. So what he's saying there is if the cops think there's a danger, I disagree. But if the cops think there's no danger, I also disagree. It's just really oddly worded. Maybe it's a misspeak. We all misspeak at times, but he's done quite a lot of things that could be said to be misspeaks here. Whether or not the cops think there's a danger, I disagree. I think there is a danger because 4 people shows the person is dangerous. We know that. And then I've not been following this case closely, but with no suspect. How does he know, or why does he think it's a man who is responsible? So I hope he's caught. Now, I know statistically it's highly likely that it's a man who is a mass murderer, but he has assumed a couple of things here about the killer, that the killer walked away and is acting all normal, and that it is a he. And then the break line is weird. I hope he's caught, preferably before I get back from break. That's really selfish and self-centered. It's not caught as soon as possible to stop him doing this again or to take this danger from the streets, but preferably before I get back so that I'm safe. That's my prime concern, is that I'm going to be safe. Stuff everyone else. I hope he's caught while I'm away and before I get back. So what conclusions have I got? Well, this guy is odd. There's some really odd wording there. That doesn't make him a killer. I'm not even sure it makes him a suspect. He's certainly self-centered. He's, the center of his own world. But I have questions. I do have questions. I want to know why he was so interested in looking at the house, that he had an interest in that house that he is not explaining there. He's trying to hide in his words how closely he watched that house where the killings happened. And I also want to know what he was doing that night, that specific time when he was taking and then he talks in general. So I want to know what he was up to. If you agree or disagree, let me know in the comments down below. And if you press the like button, then more people will find this video. It really helps us grow, so I'd be really appreciative if you hit that like button. Even more appreciative if you share it on social media so that more people can see how we analyze words on this channel. If you want to get social, go to connect.neveratruerword.com for all the social media. Posts.neveratruerword.com is where you can see more writing, especially on true crime and analyzing the words in some pretty famous true crimes. If you want to do some analysis for yourself, books.neveratruerword.com is where you'll find some books that you can learn how to decode what people are saying.
I'm going to be looking into this, dude. Hey, Norma. I like the way he talks. All right.
Hey, Gerald.
This dude is very interesting.
Right. That was interesting. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Hoff. Look at all these new people.
Hey, Normandy. Yeah, keep it real. A lot of red flags, in my opinion. I do. Now, I did a background check on him, and as I do.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. Let me just share my screen with you all.
Keep it real. Count Dracula.
So he lives on Queens Road in Moscow, which runs, as I said, King's Road is at the top of the junction, and Queens Road runs off it. Now, I went and had a look on Google Maps, and I'll show you that once we've gone through here. Now, he does not, on this particular search, he does not have a criminal record at all, and is clean as far as financial info. So he's pretty clean as far as that. He's 26 years old. That's fairly old to be at university, in my opinion. What, did he get held back? Is he naughty? So I'll just pull this up. I'll show you a better look at it on.
I mean, do you think that they are even taking DNA swabs from these boys by the campus?
I don't know.
They haven't mentioned that.
But as you can see, this is the apartment complex here that he's in. Here at the top is where the kids are. Right? How do you see from a complex that's here through the complex there, and then you've got other buildings here and here? He's got to be walking up there and standing, and then going up King's Road to where the house is.
You want me to pull it up on maps?
I've got it already. I was
going to pull it up on Google.
Yeah, I've got it up on Google already.
Oh, she's fast. Her and I think alike so much. But then we disagree on things.
Oh, well, that makes it all more fun, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty damn boring. That's his neighbours. There's no warrants, no arrests, no charges. All right, so let me stop sharing that. And I'll change it over to Google Maps. All right. So you tell me when it's up, spread up.
I see it.
All right. This is the complex he's in. This is where King's Road, where the kids are. All right. So we can get down the street view. Look. I clicked down there before so we could have a look there. So that's where the kids are. So if I just turn around. Come on, turn around. I've got a storm coming. Come on. Come on. Alright. So he's all the way down here.
So, but let me ask this: if he was stalking the blondes, why? I still believe if it was going to be something like that there would have been SA.
Yeah.
That's why I find it such a weird coincidence. Xana's mom's arrested for fentanyl, And
yeah.
And then they're saying it's where you go and get drugs. I mean, were they selling it? Were they just maybe just selling it to friends? Like, not like selling it. Hey, Dia. Hey, Seashells. But because of the fact there was no SA, I think they were going for Xana. The boyfriend was there. Kylie had major defensive wounds, her father said. I think they were hanging out. They woke up. And I think the bottom two just didn't hear anything.
But you can't see the house.
Or it's a serial killer.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say, you can't see the house. The kid's house.
Nope, you sure can't. Hey, Seashells.
So how the dickens can he say it was a party house?
Well, maybe when he walked his dog, he always saw people partying there.
But, you could say the whole area. I mean, all these are apartments.
Yes, Gen X. Although the criminal may not have a record, this may not be his first time.
Oh,
yeah.
That's so true. So true. Why, and what I want to know is, why haven't these neighbours come out? They're right next door. I mean, they've not come out and said anything, but this dude who lives all the way down the bottom of Queen's Road has. These people haven't.
They were back there to the left of the house in that tree line. I mean, that's what I've always thought. I think they might even have gone into the second floor window because, remember, Johnny Law broke it down stating that they were on the third floor. Ethan and Xana. Hey, Grammy H. Yes. But what about how weird this was? And then I got to get into these videos. What about this one? Is this a suspect of person of interest? Jamie Scott Cadwallader. I do not know who that person is.
Never heard that.
Chris McDonough visits the crime scene. Okay. There was a picture. He was that you just this right here. Okay. Look at the ladder. And that ladder seems to be on the side of the house. But I don't think that the perpetrator used the ladder. Because, I mean, look at it's literally where the cars are parked. Yeah. And what are you going to do? Just jump onto the roof there and then jump onto the roof there and hang over? Nah, that's too much work.
Yeah.
Talking about the coat that Maddie was wearing, if it was really hers. I don't think that means anything. Traffic cameras. A lot of traffic cameras. The toxicology. The new press release.
Yeah, good point, Lila. FYI, you would, although they wouldn't have been, if it's timber, they wouldn't have been able to pull any prints, but and it would depend if they could get any fibers, maybe they could get off it. They wouldn't be able to DNA. It would all depend if there's any blood, but it depends if it snowed. Yep, rule. Who left the letter there?
I'm not going to read this, guys. I'm just going to go ahead and go through it. I'll drop the link in chat, but it's basically what we read.
Sorry, Jennifer, I thought I checked all the emails.
Huh?
Oh, Jennifer said, did I see your email? I thought I checked.
So at this time, no suspect has been identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. There is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears, and spreading false facts. We encourage referencing officials' releases for accurate information and updated progress. And it just gives all the time. So I'm going to drop this in the description if anyone wants to go through it. I think it's 4 pages long. Okay,
yeah, Jennifer,
now.
I got your email, darling. That was taken quite a few years ago, 2012.
What?
It's a picture of Ryan McCormick dressed up as ninjas. They were young.
Are we sharing it?
Well, it's Ryan and Zane dressed up as ninjas.
It was who? I think I'm going deaf. It was who?
Ryan and Zane dressed up as ninjas. I don't.
Aw. Yeah, we'll show it at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot about this video. It was in the wrong section of my notes. The wrong section.
Oh, no.
Why are you so dirty?
Who? Me? I don't know, Mum.
This was this was November 28th right now, but out of the picture, understanding this.
Yeah, Father Bird. How many? Come on, be nice to Mum. Mum, the bus wheels work.
Yeah, it's probably getting to the
murder in Idaho.
So these students, these college students.
Let me stay small.
The residents of Moscow left in the dark a week after 4 University of Ohio students were found dead, stabbed to death. So police have gotten 600 tips. They've conducted 90 interviews, but still no suspect or motive for this crime. Potential suspects included an ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, but he has since been ruled out. 2 roommates who were inside the home at the time of the killings are cooperating with police, and they're not focusing on them. And they say the community needs to prepare for a lengthy investigation. So, yeah, a lot of questions.
And 2 people into this crime took place.
And stabbing somebody, 4 people at one scene.
Yes.
That's also, there's a lot of questions. And it's
absolutely so sad.
I'm not too sure that they might not have a person of interest. I think they might have. Gosh. Okay, let's get into the. Okay, guys, now let's get into the fun YouTube part. I hope this guy doesn't strike me. But I'm going to let you guys choose. Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay. Unsolved no more. I'm going to put his link in the description. We've got 11 hours ago, University of Idaho was one of the victims targeted. Detective walks viewers through what happened. Idaho College murders. Detective talks case linkage and fantasy-driven homicide. This one was out yesterday. This one, I think, was very interesting. As you can see, I watched, but I wanted to stop and watch it with you guys because it was good. This guy's good. Never heard of him, but he came to me and I recommended, and I thought, who is this? But he's a detective. He worked crime scene, right, Kat? Was he a crime scene detective?
I'm not sure, Twitter.
Well, he's got 74,000 subscribers. I'll drop his link in chat now, and it will also be in the description. Gonna speed him up.
It was so nice.
Yeah, we should do it more often.
It's found right next to a victim. So you have a murder weapon, you have the victims, all the blood is contained. Everybody was killed when they were sleeping. It's all there. But yet you are finding drops.
Oh, sorry, guys. Hey, Annie.
All right, so let's jump right into this. Today
Here
I want
is
to talk
his
about
link.
Basically what I would do if I was seeing this quadruple murder. And this goes for scene.
This man is an ex-detective, and I'm pretty sure this was the first video I've ever seen of him, but like I said, I got like 20 minutes in and wanted to stop because he's good. But he's a detective, and I think he's... What?
I'm going to go and put my drops in. I'll be back.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure he is... Hey, Junie. Oh, yeah, I just found him today. So he is a crime scene detective, is what I'm gathering. I could be wrong. Junie, I'm sure, will let me know. But let's go ahead and listen to him. I really don't want to talk over him. I went to 1.25, and then we can talk about it. I'm sure, I got a big mouth. I'm sure I'll stop, but let's see how far I can get. Oh, I'm sorry, Annie. You left this guy here in Discord? Oh, welcome to the family, Money Moves. Please join Discord if you have it. And our Facebook group. Wait, Annie, you left this man? Oh, okay. Okay.
Police department are doing this. I have no reason to believe they're not. But this is what I would do if I was there, and by no means this be so on and so forth. But this is, what I would do, and I would make sure of. Number one, with the 911 call. Okay, when it comes in, however it comes in, if it mentions an unconscious person, it mentions somebody that they think's dead. The police department is not who gets dispatched. They get called too, but it also goes out to medics. Some people had questioned why the medics would arrive before police. Well, that happens 90% of the time. So you would get there. You would probably be there. You would get briefed on the way in as to the situation. Hey, we have 4 dead people. see in there, gruesome, so on and so forth. You're going to have some hysterics, probably from people that are inside the house that made the call. You're going to separate them, put them, in an area outside of the house, sit down, don't move. You're going to be radioing right then and there for additional units. Because what you don't want is a situation where, I think it was Linda Arndt and John Benet Ramsey, when she was the only one on scene because it was Christmas time and everybody else was gone. And they didn't know they had a murder at first, but still a kidnapping. Hindsight's always 20/20. You can only do, the best that you can do, but you got to have the foresight to say, hey, okay, 4 murders. We don't even know if the murder's not inside that house yet. So the house has to be clear.
Okay, now I have to stop you guys. Now I have a big mouth. Marietta has 2 male pet rats. I just got a little baby ferret. And little Aurora up here in the top right, she's a little rat. She was Shredder's little baby, and she's so cool. Her little personality. But now she is in Little Rat Rainbow Bridge Heaven.
Call, contained. The best way to do that when you're by yourself is to put them in your patrol car. Hey, stay here until other units arrive and I get back. Have EMS watch them, whatever it is. The first thing you have to do as an on-scene patrol is clear the house. Because you don't know, you got 4 dead bodies, but you don't know if it's a decent-sized house. You have to clear the house. And normally, you're going to wait until you have backup that can go through with you. Once that's done, you gotta imagine everything's hitting you at once. But you're a patrol officer. You're calling in help. Detectives are going to come. Okay, and then they're going to assign a lead detective. Sometimes you'll set up a command post right then and there. It depends on the situation and availability of what you have and how big this event is. And it's that they would have to bring the detective that's got to let this off. And you don't want to just tape it off right there at the house, but I understand if you do, because as far as you know, that's the crime scene. Hindsight's 20/20, and maybe a perimeter of the crime scene should include the parking lot and maybe the back wooded area, but you don't know that right then. So I'm okay with just taping off the house. No access to this house, okay? I wanted to the first people that were on scene. EMS, what did you see when you got there? First patrol officer, what did you see when you get there? What rooms did you go in? Because that's important if there's blood everywhere and you find a footprint, right? You want to know who had access to those rooms that are innocent. EMS, patrol cop was on scene, clearing the house, he stepped in blood, whatever it is. Okay, I need to know that. And right then and there, hey, go see this guy because we're going to get a photo of the bottom of your shoe, so on and so forth. Once you establish who was in all those rooms, you have to start assigning tasks. Okay, you're a detective, but you got other people, detectives help you out. Hey, you are in charge of interviews. You are in charge of neighborhood canvassing. You are in charge of keeping a log.
Hang on, guys. Let me do. I'm going to switch something real quick. Hang on one second. I want to watch another one instead. I know I'm a little nutty, guys, but that one's long. You guys can watch that one, but this one is about. This was the one I was supposed to play, actually. You guys know that I live in Maine and I do smoke a little weed once in a while, but I live a very busy life. Okay, this is it. Because this is the one where he talks about, detective talks the case linkage and fantasy-driven homicides. Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about foods. Let's talk about love.
Hey, Shredder. Okay, so now I have to stop again because this is Shredder whoever had the pet little rats. And this is her little baby Aurora that's in the little rainbow bridge.
Yeah, she's a cutie.
Yeah, I got fears, but I ain't got no love.
Okay, welcome back to the channel here. We are, again, going to be talking about the Idaho murders for a couple of reasons. One is, it seems, like I said, I don't watch the news too much, or I don't watch the news ever. Sometimes I'll get a news article that I'll read. But in my Yahoo feed, it seems like that's the only thing that comes up anymore. And I don't know if it's because I watched or clicked on one of them and now it's all that type of news that is coming in or what. But a lot of my colleagues I saw have been interviewed. And some just don't agree with each other or with me. Some we do agree on some things. But I want to express how hard it is for us when we don't have all the information. Very difficult. So, you have to walk very gingerly, because you don't want to say the wrong things when you don't know everything, right? It makes sense. So you can speculate, which is a fine line as well. But when there are things and you're
we
fairly
speculate,
confident
mister.
about it, you surely can say that. So with that said, there's a couple of things I want to talk about today. One is the case linkage. Seems that
linkage.
The latest news report that I read was there was 2 other cases of stabbings, one of a couple and one of might have been an elderly or middle-aged female, that are unsolved within a radius of this crime.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to determine whether they are linked. If it's the same person.
Yes.
Now, just because it's unsolved, the other cases, doesn't necessarily mean that.
So he's talking about the couple that we spoke about last night or the night before, where the boyfriend or the husband passed away and she lived.
Yeah.
Welcome back. So, and then I guess that was the one that we can never seem to find. He said it was either an older woman or a middle-aged. Are you calling me a middle-aged woman, dude? I don't like it.
It wasn't in Idaho. Definitely wasn't in Idaho.
So the question becomes,
hey, KDK.
Yeah.
Okay, let me let Kaz talk for a minute.
I just say
Go
the
ahead.
other stabbing was not in Idaho. That's all.
Right, Katie? You see that little Aurora up there? I could show you the greatest pictures of her and her mama. Yeah, that was a special little girl. And Shredder Taintment was her mommy. Yeah. She loved that little rat like people love their dogs. Maybe even love their parents and kids. Yeah, she loved little Aurora. Well, loves, but now she's in rat heaven.
We'll link them together through a comment such as, well, the moon was full on every night of the murder. So those 3 separate murders, the moon was full. Therefore, they are linked, and it's the same killer.
What?
People will do that. That's not necessarily true. So how you determine it is you have to break it down. Remember, in order to solve crimes, it doesn't matter have to be unsolved.
Look at the
It could
whiskey
be
behind him.
who dented your bumper in this Walmart parking lot. Okay, you have to deduce possibilities to probabilities. Like, for example, if you have a dent on the back of your car, and when you were walking in, straight parked across from you was a big truck that had a big tailgate and hitch on it, and it caught your eye because you were like, whoa, if that thing hits somebody, it's going to leave a mark, and it's parked right behind you. You go into Walmart, you come back out, and you see a dent in the back of your car. Doesn't mean that truck did it, right? But the possibilities to probabilities. It's probable that truck did it. Therefore, you remember it's a black truck. It had Texas license plates, and it had a sticker on the back that said, "Go Brandon." Or Dallas Cowboys. Now you can report that to police, and guess what? They find the offender. Apply that law. So if we apply that to here, that's what we want to do. We want to break it down from possibilities to probabilities, right? With that said, I'm going to get another drink of coffee.
I could probably put him on 2.0. He's on 1.5.
So how do we determine if these cases are linked? That's what you want to know. Well, the first thing that you have to do is look at the crime scene. It's apparent that both or all three were done with knives, right? A stabbing instrument. Well, hey, that's good, right? That means it could be linked and they're unsolved. Background. Now, that's going to be the second most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably going to be the most important thing. Now that we've already established, hey, the same weapon was used. Same weapon. We don't know for sure it was the exact same weapon, but the type of weapon, an edged instrument, was used in all three crimes. So now what you want to do is look at each person's victimology. Now, we didn't get into victimology much in the last two videos because it was a mass killing.
And I'll tell you what, I didn't think about that till he just said that. Could that be the possible connection they're saying with the couple to this? Because maybe the knife entrance wounds they matched? Because if so, then obviously there could be a serial killer, another Ted Bundy out there, another Danny Rollins.
And make no mistake, that's what this was. That's what we know right now. Some people are saying, hey, we can call it a serial killing because it's more than three people. Well, you're 100% wrong. A serial killing is not three people. A serial murder is, yes, three or more victims, but in between those is a cooling off period. That's the definition of a serial killer or serial killings. We're not there yet on this. On this right now, you can describe this as a mass murder because there's more than three victims. You got four victims at the same location and no cooling off period. Potentially, you could say spree killing, but usually that entails having multiple victims.
Well, he is a serial killer, any more
so right
than
now,
three.
You know, you just call this, you call it a mass murder, and that's what I believe it is. But back to looking at victimology. Victimology is the study of the victims themselves. That is the most important thing in solving unsolved homicides, contrary to what people believe. Now, certainly evidence is very, very, very important. But in order to try to figure out motive, right, we want to know why. You have to learn about the victim. Let's say, for example, in this case, let's just say
let me ask this. How come none of these profilers are mentioning the fact that there was no essay involved or that the mother has a drug charge?
I take it they're ruling that part out.
But if you would think that would play a big part in it not being a stalker.
Well,
maybe
I agree.
It's
used. We know that's.
Let's try him on 2.0.
A gun is used and left at the scene.
175.
No cold case, right? It's going to be solved fairly easy. You get the gun, there's serial number, trace serial number. It comes back to a guy. You go to an interview. The guy says, "Yeah, I have it up in my safe." He goes up in the safe. Okay, well, who has access to that safe? My son and maybe some of his friends. And you go interview, get son, and son says, "I don't know what he's talking about." After interviewing him for 2 hours, he finally admits, "Yes, I broke in, took the gun, went and killed these people." Guess what? Victimology didn't even play a part in solving that crime. It's the evidence. It was the gun, right? But when you don't have that quote unquote smoking gun, victimology is very important in leading you to the offender.
Yep.
So what you want to do, and basically victimology is a fancy term for background. You want to find out as much that you can know about these victims. So in determining a case linkage between these two other homicides and this Idaho college student one, you would start looking at the victims. Try to find a common denominator and not something stupid like, oh, well, they all ate at McDonald's. Okay. You don't want to dig and make something fit your narrative. But let's say
I didn't know my mic was
you're looking at those things and you're trying to find a common denominator and there isn't any. That tells you just as much as if there was a common denominator. Because now you can say, okay, edged instrument on all three killed by the.
See, Jen, that's why I wanted to play this. I know he's not going to speculate. He's going to give us a victimology, and everything. But, and plus we're going to learn something because I think being educated on situations helps us not to speculate on some bullshit. Did that make sense, Kaz?
Yeah.
And sometimes, I mean, this is what we need to listen to, because for the cops to say that there might be a connection to the other couple, you have to wonder if it was the same type of attack and if the wounds were the same. So the question is, it's obviously somebody. Do we know if the couple's wife that survived, was she essayed?
No.
Okay, well then obviously this person maybe is impotent. I do not believe it's a virgin like that crazy Twitter tweet the other day. Maybe he's impotent. Maybe that's what the anger is that he can't do something with these beautiful girls.
No sign of forced entry on all three. And I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just giving examples. Then you can start saying, oh boy, we might have a serial offender. And I'm not saying that we have that here. Okay. I don't know enough about the victimology of the 4 victims. You really now have to start digging into their background and trying to figure out, okay, one is pretty prevalent on social media. Could there be a stalker there? One owed money for drugs. I'm not saying that that's the case. I don't believe that. I'm giving those as examples. Then it leads you down routes that you need to go down in order to solve the case, right? So victimology now.
At this point, I do not think that he knows Xana's mom was arrested for drugs. And I wonder if he knew this, if he would be saying something completely different at this point. I think he would.
Sure. And what happened, and trying to find out who committed these murders. Another thing I want to bring up, and I like in almost every video because people still don't get it. Even experts, even my own colleagues, some of which I have a lot of respect for,
Doug.
some not so much. When I read this morning in an article, that one of them said that it's personal again because it's a knife. And I find that just so irresponsible. If you just step back and look at it in a logical manner and think to yourself, can I really say that a homicide is personal based on A, the type of weapon, or 2, because of the frenzy, and you have to get up and close and personal? Sometimes I think that's how this got coined, because it's so cliche. It's so cliche that even my fellow colleagues use it.
I like it.
But everybody has their own preference, right? So I can't knock them for using that. That's how they feel. But for me personally, I just don't like it because you can't determine that by the crime scene. You just can't determine that it's personal. Now, some people will say, well, if one of the 4 victims had more stab wounds than the other, they were the target and it was personal. Well, again, you can't say that. And I've gone into why a million other times in videos. Could have been the first one. That could have been the one that put up the most resistance. It could have been the one that he does have personal hatred feelings for sure. I'm not saying that it can't be, but I'm not saying you can say for sure, without a doubt, because one has more injuries than the other or because a knife was used, that it's personal. You just cannot say that. So when these experts get out there and they say that, it bothers me. Because you can look back in history, and I'm a big history buff, okay? I love everything history. Native American history, World War II, the Vietnam era, even the Wild West, Billy the Kid, Jesse James, all those things. I just love history.
And you like the Doors.
Helps you a lot in this vocation.
And Elvis Presley.
Being a detective. You look back at certain things. In the history of true crime, murder, you will see many, many examples.
Look at it. Looks like Aurora is sitting on his shelf. I see the Doors. I see Unsolved No More by Kenneth. I see a bottle of Jack. I don't know what the other bottle is, but when I do drink, which is only
Scotch.
2 or 3 times a year, I do drink a Jack and Coke, but I like Black Jack. And he likes Elvis. I like him. If you guys like him, let me know in chat, or let me know if he bores you. I'm curious.
Examples of serial offenders who killed with a knife or strangulation who didn't know the victims. So how is it personal? So how can you sit out there and say, well, because they used a knife, it's personal? You can't, and that's what bothers me the most. I bring up the Night Stalker. I bring up BTK. Those are just the famous ones that everybody knows. There's 100,000 others that you don't know. Tex Watson did not know Sharon Tate, yet he stabbed her with a knife. So is that? There's so many more. So when you guys hear that term in the media, please just just be cognizant of who's saying it and take it with a grain of salt. That's all.
Junie, is this Ken?
Here's a song about a run and stop the waste. Let's save more towels.
Also want to talk about the dog that belonged to one of the victims and her boyfriend, and it did not bark, I guess, but then I heard that it did bark. So I'm not really even going to address it because I don't know if it's relevant, and there's too many contradicting theories out there about it. So, I mean, I'll spend minimal time on it saying, hey, there's some dogs that won't bark at all when a stranger comes in because they're used to them. If this was a party house, which people say it was, and the dog's used to people coming in and out, why would it bark? So it could be as simple as that. I don't know enough about it. Let's talk again about no sign of sexual assault. I guess in the
I think we need to start making a whiteboard. I keep forgetting that it was Jack's dog and the dog was spared, but somebody heard the dog barking for an hour.
Press conference, the police chief stated again that there was no sign of sexual assault. I get that. But again, as I stated in my other two videos, it does not mean the sexual assault was not the motive. Now, a lot of people want to get on rage and they say it's rage. It's rage. It could be. It very well. It could be a jilted that one of the victims shunned. It certainly could be. I don't know enough about the case. I do not.
What did he just say about sexual assault?
He said just because there wasn't any signs of it doesn't mean that the person that did it didn't initially intend to do it.
Okay, I thought he said there was sexual assault for a second. I was like, wait, what did he just say?
No.
Yeah, I never heard him before. And like I said, I watched a little bit and I just wanted to hear his intake on this. And it with the case linkage and the fantasy driven homicides. I'm curious to see if he mentions like a Ted Bundy or another serial killer.
See the crime scene.
I'm going to grab another drink, Cash.
Just
right
because they were killed with a knife and there's lots of blood doesn't mean that it's rage. That's what's important here. As I stated in the other video, just from the outside looking at the very limited information that I have, to me, and this is just me personally, it appears that it could be a sexual assault. Now you say, well, how can it be a sexual assault when there's no sign of it? Well, that doesn't mean that it's the motive. There are many homicides where the offender kills. That gives him the release, the sexual gratification, if you will.
Yeah.
It's not always the act of sex. Just like rape is not always about sex. It's about the power that you assert over the victim that gets you off. In this case, it could be that the offender gets gratification from the act of killing. There's tons of examples of that in history. So just because there's no sign of it, let me give you an example. Let's say this individual, this offender, is from the area. Let's say a 25-mile radius. And one of these girls caught his eye, whether it be through social media or through a party or being downtown at a club. He becomes fixated. He starts watching her, watching the house, seeing everybody there. He's fantasizing about this every time that he goes home now. And he's been fantasizing in general about doing something like this since age 12. And it progresses. A lot of these, 90% of these offenders will daydream. And their daydream and fantasies consist of how things are going to go correctly in their mind. Hey, I'm going up to the door. I'm going to break in using, a lockpick. I'm not saying that happened in this case. I'm giving an example. I'm going to go into the bedroom. She's going to be halfway dressed. I'm going to begin choking her. She's going to struggle. So then I'm going to use a knife. This is building up, okay? So it goes from this fantasy to, hey, I'm outside the house. I've drunk a lot of beer tonight. I'm going to make this happen. At some point in time, fantasy becomes reality.
Yeah.
And they have to implement their fantasy into action. And remember, they think about this constantly, maybe for years. And you know what? They implement it. And something happens that changes their fantasy. It doesn't go the way they want. Maybe he breaks in and all of a sudden, expecting a house full of girls, there's a male there. Just that little thing throws off the entire fantasy. Now I become angry. Now I become panicked. And the whole fantasy's off. Everybody's dead. And then I leave. He sometimes will think, I like that. I don't like that the fantasy went wrong, but the act of killing excited me. I know I made mistakes. The next time, I will be better. That's a possibility here.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good analogy.
Let's talk about that for a moment. What are your...
That's a valid point.
What, Kaz?
That where he's saying just because the act of sex wasn't done, the person can still get off by the act of murder, could get the gratification, sexual gratification from the act.
Absolutely.
You don't have to do the act of sexual intercourse or rape or whatever to get the gratification from it.
And he could have been, and that guy could have been standing up in that tree line up there, on the side of the house and back, and he could have been watching every night.
Yeah.
Is it triggering, Lilac? I think it's kind of, I don't know. I don't think it's triggering.
I mean, well, it depends on
because of the, and I'm going to say this, and this is triggering. I'm going to try to say it as nice as I can, because I read a story today where this person did this. Killed a girl, and then he didn't essay her, but he ejaculated on her. If that makes any sense without saying the M word.
Yeah.
Did I say that properly?
Yeah.
As properly as you can?
Yeah.
Okay. And another thing that we've been saying is that, we've said it too, that maybe he was stalking the girls. But if he was stalking the girls, he would have known that there was all 5 girls living in the house, unless he was stalking the blondes, and then Ethan woke up and heard something, and then maybe Xana came out afterwards, because somebody in chat did say that Xana might have had defensive wounds too.
Yeah.
If this is a fantasy-driven homicide, I'm not saying it is, but from the outside looking in, if you do not find, listen, and this is very important, through victimology, if you don't find that they were into drugs, if you don't find that they were into anywhere, didn't have any jealous things like that,
mom,
you better start looking at the fantasy-driven homicide. And that's what I see looking in from the outside, just because I don't see any reports of anything else. Remember why people murder. I think it of easy. You make acronyms when you study for tests and things. And for me to remember, GSR, greed, sex, revenge. Okay, those are the 3 components. Now there's always subcomponents under them. Jealousy, falls under greed, and all these different subcomponents. Or jealousy can fall under revenge, and greed is like if you think of a mafia hit or something like that, or kill because somebody has a will that you want to get money from and things like that. Once you rule some of those out, which in this case, I don't know the victimology. Okay, the police there should know that. And if they brought in the FBI, I guarantee they know that, especially the behavioral unit. And that's what they're going to be looking at. So once you rule out revenge, once you rule out greed, you're left with one last thing. And that is what's the beauty of the art of deduction. You're doing the same thing. You're starting out with greed, sex, revenge. Okay, let's see what this falls under. And then all of a sudden, okay, well, revenge is out. Greed is out. There's only one left. That's what I did here from the outside looking in. And that's what I do in all my cases. I just worked a case where I did the same thing for a family and solved it. And hopefully within the next couple of months, you'll hear about it. It's a pretty big case. But until then, let's focus on this. The skinning of the dog. My last video, I think that I stated that if this was related, Idaho has a problem. It has since come out, I believe, in the press conference that the skinning of the dog is not related. Listen, they had to rule that out for one reason or another. So if they did, hey, I'm going to take their word for it and say it's not related. Now people will say, how can that be? Hey,
God, who would
it's not related? It's not related. That's what the police say. So I don't believe everything that I'm told, but at this point, I'll believe that. The pre and post offense behavior. That is something that not a lot of people talk about. It's very important. What is that, you ask? Sometimes there is a trigger for fantasy driven, and not just fantasy driven, all murders. But in this particular instance, when I believe you're looking at a fantasy driven homicide, not anger retaliatory or power assertive or anything like that. Although power assertive is a possibility, but background will tell you more about that. But right now, sexually fantasy is what happened pre-offense behavior. What was the trigger that started this off? It could be that, hey, he had an argument with a parental figure, any adult, anybody in authority. Could be he got fired from his job. Could have been a number of things. It could be a number of things, but something triggered it. And it could be something menial. But to me and you, we'd be like, that's not a big deal. But in his mind, was enough to set off murder. And it has nothing to do with the victim. It's something else in his life that occurred that sent him into reality mode. Okay, I'm going from this fantasy to reality. Now, the offense occurs, the murders occur. What is important now is post-offense behavior. And I equate this a lot to polygraphs. I get asked a lot of times, I don't believe in polygraphs. I've seen them given, and I've seen people lie and pass, and vice versa. I don't believe them. But what I do believe in is pre- and post-test questions on the polygraph. Just like this. Now you have pre- and post-offense. Post-offense behavior.
Let's get past
okay.
Mystic Firefly made a good comment. She said she keeps thinking about the hoodie guy. He was evicted from Ethan's frat house, then got booted out of the bar the night of the murders. Where is the guy living now? Good question.
I thought they ruled the hoodie guy out. Like,
yeah, well,
he was ruled out.
Said.
Jack was ruled out. No?
Well, that's what they said. Well, they said the person in the grub truck video was ruled out. But there was more than one guy in that grub truck video. There was that heavyset guy. There was the guy with the dark jacket and the creamy white hoodie. And then there was another one, wasn't there? Wasn't there three? Or am I overthinking it?
Now, did Gen X send anything that you want to share or no?
It was Gen X has got, it was Gen B. She did send another photograph of this dude. And he has got some very, very disturbing things on his body.
And what is his name again?
Josh Perry.
Okay.
I've done a background check on him. He's clear. He's clean.
Hey, Jess. Yeah, so that was really all he said about his thoughts on what, either being connected. I'm still going with, it could be a stalker that doesn't want to have any whatever involved, essay involved. Maybe it's, there's a rumor going around he's a virgin because of the fact he didn't do that. That I don't agree with.
Yeah, well, what he said, the guy you just played, is a valid fact. You don't have to have the physical act of doing it for it to be a sexual act. That's a valid point.
But you can't rule the drug situation off the table.
No, it is something out there that it could, or it is a possibility. Especially when we know that Ethan and Zana were the first two to be taken away from this earth. So.
Look at these charges.
They're nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure.
On Xana's mom, 11/20/2022.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Hey, Danielle.
She's got 6 different charges.
Yeah.
On drugs. The rumor on Reddit was it was $700,000. I thought it. You know what? I'm gonna have to go look again because I honestly thought it was 700,000 pills.
That's a lot of pills, babe. it'd be more like the value of it. 700,000 pills is wowza.
I got it right here. Okay, what was that psychic's name again? I keep forgetting it. Serafina?
Reverend, Donna Serafina.
She actually came out with a video. I do not watch psychics. I have no problem listening to what they have to say. But I would. You guys want to listen to a little bit of what she said in her live today? Might be something interesting.
Yeah,
I've never listened to her.
If she had 700,000 pills on her, that is, as Lilac said, that's drug cartel kind of business. That's not a single person selling.
See, Kaz, you should know that my memory is like an elephant. You got me lying to people talking about $700,000. When really it was $7. Well, that's just what was said.
Yeah.
So if this is the case, why haven't we looked for an article on this yet?
Oh, I have.
Is there an article on this $700,000 fentanyl pill? Like in a news article?
When you do Cara Canoodle, it seems funny. You say canoodle.
But see, look at the police in Arizona busted her, confiscated the pills, but then allowed her to walk free and go to Idaho without charging her. Once in Idaho, the Arizona Police Department got in touch with Kootenai Department and they charged her of the much less serious crime of drug possession. There is no logical connection. This is not even circumstantial evidence.
See, that doesn't make sense. If she had 700,000, they would let her go. Unless she
exactly.
That's
but why? But why does she do the crime in Arizona? They let her go to Idaho, and Idaho arrest her, and there's nothing for her being extradited back to Arizona. So that's what makes me think. Could it be involved with her mother and Xana maybe selling drugs to kids on campus? Like, I don't know. I'm just completely speculating, obviously, and then she gets arrested, and right after that, the daughter's dead.
I mean, prior to that, Cara had a 2013 warrant for a $2,000 fine for driving without privileges, but that was back in 2013. But that wasn't showing up on in a background
I'm listening.
Check. It's just.
I feel like it was. I think the target was Xana and Ethan.
I'm just trying to see if I can find anything else about Cara.
I mean, if you're going to get a bust with 700,000 fentanyl, there has got to be a story on it.
Exactly. I mean, whether it be $700,000 or 700,000 pills, I mean, that's huge.
Katie says this wasn't a drug-related hit. Then what do you think it was, Katie? I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to come up. Now, I don't know if you guys want to listen to her for a little bit, but I just want to See, I've never listened to her. I listened to about 20 minutes of it, and I thought, does she ever get anything right? I thought people will like listening to her.
To whom?
The lady on the screen.
Donna Stern. Well, she 100% got where the Bello kids were buried.
Well, let's listen to her for a little bit, because that's really the only updates I've got, unless we wanted to discuss Shanquella a little bit, but maybe we'll talk about Shanquella tomorrow and keep it all about her. I know. You can go do your thing.
I might just have to leave you.
Well, you can walk around and come back. You can leave for a while. I'll let you leave for a while. Okay. Why is she so low?
I never listened.
As well, after my daughter was murdered in 2011, I decided to pursue becoming a spiritualist reverend, and that's what I am. I seem to be pretty good at these cases. However, please note that the world's strongest mediums are only. I think it's the one that has a little rounder face.
Wait a second.
Into my mind, these children, these 20-year-old recording. I'm asking for my.
Okay.
So I will talk to you guys later. All right, here's the recording.
Here we go.
So I'm praying now for possible clues in the deaths of these 4 college students in Idaho. I'm asking for my spirit team to come in. I'm asking for God to surround me in pure love. I'm asking for. So I'm seeing the side of the house. But then I also see the doorway, and that's probably because it's in pictures. So it's like
I didn't
the
know
doorway
that.
At the lower level of the hill.
I think she said it in the beginning of the video.
But
hi, Mystic.
I just looked at a photo of it.
I didn't say hi to Mystic.
Make sense that it would come into my mind. It could be that they're picturing me there, and I know the address is 1102 or 22 or something like. Anyways, it was in the picture. So I'm not getting that psychically. I'm just saying that's what's going into my mind. And obviously the gatekeepers, and so I'm just going to trust now. I'm just going to trust and wait. That I know that I'm being used for good. And I know that.
The reason why I want to listen to her too, because I don't know why, I just got a weird feeling when I saw this in my recommendation. Because I'm just curious to see how far-fetched or she gets anything at all to do with drugs.
I'm going to do my best to interpret and see. What is there?
Cash, you
got to showing me one of the blonde girls now. I can't I can tell them apart a little bit. I think it's the one that has a little rounder face. And she's doing something. So I'm just going to follow her a minute and I'll tell you. They're just showing me her, but we're walking somewhere. We're in the main street area.
But you can talk, Kaz. Just unmute.
I'm seeing a guy talking to her, and he's quite a bit taller. I mean, she sits on a bench, or it really feels like if there's a tree, and I'm getting chills on my legs, if there's a tree that has a bench surrounding the tree, like you know how they put those half round benches around trees sometimes. He's taller and I think he might like her. He's like trying to talk to her, and this is not at night, so this is not at the time it happened. This is sometime in the day of some day. And then in the hood. Now I'm seeing the hooded guy by the truck, but I don't think it's that guy. Like, I'll just wait and see. I don't think it's that guy that they're showing me, because this guy seems like he has like if he was like 6 feet tall or something like that, you know, a bigger build. And she's not really interested in him because she's like kind of, I don't know if short is the word, but she's not super tall.
Yes,
like,
Gen X.
You know, so he's trying to talk to her, strike up a conversation about school, about history. I didn't get a lot of spirit energy about the history. Let's see. It might be some kind of related, like geology or geography, or, you know, just these types of classes that they make you take or whatever. Okay. Okay, anyways, everyone knows what I'm talking about. So they're bringing me to this conversation still. So she's sitting there. She seems like she's waiting for something. So I don't know if she's waiting for a ride, or maybe she just felt like sitting there for a minute. So it's not that It doesn't feel like she knows him. It doesn't feel like she's super interested in talking to him. She's definitely not interested in going out with him. Oh, he has brown hair. In fact, he looks different than the one that got killed, but he's larger size like that.
Wait, who got killed?
And his hair is a little bit, it might have a wave in it, and it's thick, and he might be a little older. Okay, I have chills about that. He's a little older. So she doesn't totally believe, she's like wondering if he really even goes to college or not or something. He's wearing a black sweatshirt or a hoodie or black. And I know the guy in the food truck is wearing a dark one too or whatever, but I'm trying to separate the two. Yeah, when I said I try to separate the two, I get energy in my legs, which is usually like a confirmation, like, yeah, separate the two. Okay, separate the two. And I get energy in my legs. Now I'm seeing the front of the house again. It's like 11:02 or 11:22. And I'm remembering that from the picture, not from the psychic, but I got chills at my house. So, I mean, chills in my legs, which is confirmation. So they're putting me, they are, even though I'm telling you I saw from the picture, the confirmation that they're putting me in front of the house again. But I'm with him. Okay, the energy totally went away, so I'm not with him. Okay, let me just relax. I'm going to clear it and just see what they do with me. I'm asking my spirit guides to take me there, to show me whatever you need to show me, to provide information that may aid in putting this guy off the streets. Now I'm seeing someone with really red hair. Really red hair. I don't want to jump ahead of myself. It's like, oh, I'll go, okay. Like,
doesn't Jack have red hair?
This is different than one that was talking to her when she really wasn't interested in talking to him. And then I saw this other guy with really red hair, and they are showing him to me, and they're confirming with the spirit energy. If you imagined Paul Murdaugh's son that that he's accused of murdering his wife and child, that kid.
Good night, Paula.
A similarity in looks, I would say a similarity, not identical. I'm in front of the house again, just looking at the house. I feel like I'm waiting for Madison. I feel like, I don't know which one she is, but I just feel like saying I'm waiting for Madison. I mean, I know she's one of the blonde ones, but I'm not, I'm just waiting for Madison. Thoughts, questions are running through my mind, so I'm just trying to slow them down right now. That's what I'm doing. Because I'm like, well, if you put me in the mind of the killer, and then I get some spirit energy, and then I'm like, did you leave town?
Oh, creepy.
Did you leave town? And then it's like, okay, wait, I got to stop because it's better just to let them show and unfold it the way they want.
I don't know if I would want spirits visiting me like that.
On the right. So if I was standing there in the lower part facing the house and I have strong chills on my legs, I go up the right, I go up the hill, and I go in the back way like that. And I got big chills on my legs. And I'm trying to rectify that with seeing that picture with the blood dripping down and going, wasn't that the lower level and stuff like that? But I'm trying to rectify it. But I'm just going to go with what I feel like and maybe check with the facts after, because I feel like I'm with the killer and I'm going up the side of the house on the right and in the back sliding door.
You know, if she really sees this,
I have to slow myself down.
That
like
I would be freaked out.
Like nobody would get up to see if they heard steps on the stairs because there's so many people that live there. And so he has this moment where he knows he's in and he's taking his time. He seems to know when he goes, he knows, I feel like he's been there before. Like he knows, it's almost like he eats an apple. Yeah, like he's just standing there thinking about it, like he eats an apple. He starts to put it in the drain, but then he puts it in his pocket. He might have put the apple in the drain just so, you know, it would get ground up before anyone took teeth marks out, but then he might have pulled it out and put it in his pocket. I'm not sure. I kind of wondering, so it's more of a wondering feeling if I'm seeing blood washing off his hands, like washing off his hands at the kitchen sink after. And I'm not sure if it's the brunette or the red-haired guy. It's really weird like that. It's almost like, are they doing this together? And I got some spirit energy. Is there two of them? No spirit energy. Is there just one? Yeah, spirit energy. Just one. Has this guy dyed his hair to make it less red or something? I don't know. Okay, asking questions doesn't really work. So I'm wondering, to me, I say, well, how does this relate to this guy that was talking to her that she wasn't really interested in? And I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to go. There's bite marks in the apple that could be helped to identify him. I don't know if he threw the apple away.
Guys, you spooked out?
Okay, I got to quit wondering and just, so I'm going to clear my mind. I feel it's that larger man that was talking to her at the thing. Okay, I don't know why I don't get any spirit energy, so let me just rest for a minute and see what I get. Oh, they're telling me I'm trying too hard. Okay, just let go and come for you. Okay, so I have to just let go of my mind and allow my consciousness, ask my spirit guides to show me. It feels like the one named Madison. If the one named Madison is the one that has the little rounder face, it feels like she was the target. Is that correct? No, I have a real sick feeling.
No,
Sometimes it can be a
Kaylee.
really sickening feeling when I see it too, so I'm not 100% sure. I'm addressing the issue of the twin of this young man who was killed. And I'm wondering, is this the big guy that he's interested in her? He is. The twin is the guy that's interested in Madison, the twin of that guy that was killed. Please show me what happens that night. I feel like he goes in the sliding door. Doesn't feel like they really lock it, much. Especially when they know there's other roommates still out and stuff like that, which is obviously a lot. So he feels the energy of the guy who does this feels like, obviously he has a lot of hatred, and that's obvious, but I'm feeling his hatred right now. His hatred in general of just feeling like, kind of like there's all this fresh candy around town, but he can't have any. And I have chills on my legs about that. Rejecting him. I kind of feel like the man gets it first.
See,
Whatever
maybe
door
because
he goes
he's
in, like the
impotent.
first door. Yeah, I got a little spirit energy that okay, so he opens a door on the left and he sees the guy and his girlfriend sleeping. The guy kind of wakes up and is like, what the fuck, or whatever. And he just goes over real quick and just stabs him right in the chest, and then stabs his girlfriend right in the chest, or chest and abdomen. I mean, that instantly shuts them up, obviously. And then he has their door open just like an inch because he wants to see if anyone heard it or woke up. And he's looking out down the hallway. He wants to skip the door that's the closest across from him because he wants to get to the door that's the furthest down the hall from this, which is interesting.
I'm getting a little creeped out. Kaz, are you here? Hey, London girl. Oh, Kaz left us. Hey. London girl is so much more credible when psychics go in blind, so it's questionable with what is guesswork. I know, but the weird thing is that this is totally what I was not about the creeping up on the side of the house, being in the bush line. I don't know if she's really seeing this. I don't watch psychics, but a couple of people said to watch this, and it would happen to be then I recommended it, and I thought, oh, I'm going to go get a spirit box and ask if I should watch it. Hey, Jackie P. I'm actually enjoying it. I think she said the F word. She's naughty. But I am enjoying, even when she's talking about the house and the layout from what Johnny Law showed us, it's a little creepy.
You think you'd go to a door closer, but he knows I feel like he knows which rooms they even have. No spirit energy. I think he has fantasies of the one that's not the thinner one, but the one with the rounder face a little bit. He has fantasies about her. The fantasies are of a real grotesque nature. I'll repeat them here, but then just cut them out of the video. Feels like he wants to body while he's cutting her open, and where she sees that it's him, and that's going to be the last thing she sees while she's alive. That's the feeling he has in his head. I feel like he cuts her throat too.
Yeah, Mystic, we've already heard that, but Dawn.
It's pretty bad. I got just.
I hope that's not true. Did I play all of what?
Of this video.
Who?
Yeah, we heard about the apple.
Yeah. Oh, the apple?
Yeah.
Yes, in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the very beginning where she talks about him eating an apple. And I was even thinking, I wonder if they had apples in the house. Oh, well, Kaz, we might be getting a spirit box.
Oh, crikey, no. I won't have any fun of that.
Well, you don't have to talk to it. I will. But we need like the box. We need to become a spirit box expert. And when we have a question, we'll just ask it. Maybe it will give us the right answer. Maybe I'll use my sorceress powers that guy in New Orleans told me I had.
Something like what happened. So he doesn't really get to do his fantasy. So I think she started to wake up or something. So he slit her throat too. Just to,
trigger warning.
It feels like the other female, her friend, she wakes up and says something like, "Maddie, are you all right?" or something. So he just goes right in there and stabs her and pushes her back into her bed area or back into her room and slashes her throat too. And it's like he wanted to have more time. He had some fantasy about how he was going to do it with Maddie, but that hasn't played out. Okay, I have to clear my mind because I'm like, okay, well, did you throw your clothes? What did you do? And stuff like that. So I have to just chill. He thinks for a second of looking for more, but he stops for a second and there's no noise. There's nobody getting up. So he just waits for a few minutes and he's like really on a high now. He's sticky with the blood, but for him, it feels good. Like he would like to jack off with his bloody hands.
Oh my gosh.
I think he grabs the apple on the way out. Oh, he's going back out onto that patio. But then I see him going down the stairs. Okay, so he came in the patio. He came in the sliding door. I got to slow down. My mind's like, where? Like everything, they just start to show me, and then I try to jump it to get it in there faster, and that works better to not do that. Hey, this guy's really gross. Like, he actually uses his bloody knife to cut a piece of apple and put it in his mouth.
Wait.
See his genitals again. So somehow it gives him a sexual turn on.
Wait. What did she just say?
He cut a piece of the apple with the knife and put it in his mouth.
Upper piece of what?
The apple.
Oh, okay. What? Okay.
I feel like he does see them at the food truck, or maybe I'm being shown them at the food truck. Either way, I'm seeing them at the food truck. I'm seeing that guy that walks away and gets in a different direction.
I hear a ghost in the background.
Wondering all these things. I gotta stop and put my mind up.
It's not me. I'm muted myself.
If I ask them any clues about who he is, now I have chills on my legs, so they're going to show me clues. The clues are there's this tree. I'll find it. It's a tree on Main Street that has benches that circle around the tree.
Oh, spirits.
It's the guy that was talking to her there. If it's in front of a bread place, I kind of wonder if he works at the bread place. I kind of wonder, oh my God, I got chills on my legs. He works at a place that's like 2 doors down from where she works. I got a huge chill on my leg, huge chill. He works near where she works. That's how he's seen her. Huge chills, both legs.
This is very interesting.
I don't know his relationship to the university.
Absolutely interesting.
Ties in with what Jen
may have gone there at one time.
Listen, I'm to the point now with this quadruple Idaho murder that I want to hear what everyone on all sides have to say. Because it's crazy that, I mean, you've got forensic profilers, criminal profilers saying that it was a target, this, that, the other thing. I'm starting to think maybe with the moms, but then I've always thought before I heard about the mom's drug charges that it was somebody that was out there stalking and watching them in the bushes, like a Danny Rollins or a Ted Bundy. I don't think, what if it's a girl though? Like, I'm like on a road that has like 20 paths leading different ways that I could go down with this one. You know? But the drugs with the mom stands out a lot to me lately. Considering that there was no SA, or it was like the one guy said, maybe it was just the thrill of the kill. Hopefully they're going to catch this son of a bitch soon.
No, I don't know. Okay, let me huge chills. He works like on the corner store or something like that.
Oh, a corner store.
No, but it's a couple doors down from there. I'm gonna look. From the one where they showed where they closed the restaurant or whatever it is, that where they were working, coffee house, I don't know what it is, but wherever she was working, he works a couple doors down where they make bread, pastries.
I'm taking notes about this right now so I can find it on maps.
French bread, so maybe they make sandwiches. I don't know. I don't know what they make, but he works. Okay, so there's like this tree. There's like a tree on the corner that's round, and he works there. Let me see. Does he work where she works? Oh, he may work. He may work where she works. He either works where she works or right nearby.
Oh, bingo.
Tries to talk to her there when she.
Bingo, Jen. Bingo.
Judy, the rumor is 700,000 fentanyl pills.
Whoever's done this, I hope they cop capital murder 4 times over. 700,000. Not 7,000, 700,000.
Yeah, 700,000 fentanyl pills.
Mystic said she named him Ma. Did she just name a person and we missed it?
Philip Acock. Oh, that's... Yeah, I'm writing this down. Working at a bakery. They worked at a cafe that closed. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is crazy.
She sits there. She might sit there on her break. She might sit there after waiting for a ride. She might do whatever she does. That's when he comes out and tries to talk to her. Yeah, a little bit of spirit energy. It's something along those lines. He feels a little older than the average. I keep tying it back to the university, but it's almost more like he doesn't go there. So, no, I don't know. Let me wait and clear this.
Hey, Alicia.
Does he go to the university? I don't know. Just let me wait.
I don't think so.
It feels like it's a baguette place. Like, I don't know if it's French pastries or I keep getting French bread, baguette.
Baguette.
She works at a bakery. She works at a bagel place.
Okay, it is.
I think isn't she talking about him right now? She was saying, she said the girls worked at a cafe that closed down and he worked 2 doors down where they make bread or something. And now she's seeing more of that vision, I guess, that he's making baguettes. Oh, I wish I had a baguette right now. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
Is that what we're getting?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting. Okay. 700,000 fentanyl pills. But the whole crazy thing is that was in Arizona. Arizona let her walk and go to Idaho, and then she was arrested there, and she's still in the jail there with they're not going to extradite her. There's no paperwork yet for that.
Okay, let me see what they're going to show me because I can help the police more.
Hey, Liz.
They gave me screwed. I kind of have a feeling it's more like a family business where it is. Like that his parents might own this business.
Yeah, that's the weird part, Liz. Kaz, you want to answer Liz's question?
Wait, are you saying the mum was busted for 700? Yep, you are correct.
I thought she was only charged with possession. Well, she was, because they let her walk out of Arizona and they let her go to Idaho. When she got to Idaho, she was arrested. So was she arrested in Idaho because they're trying to figure out if there's a connection to the murders and the fact that the mother was arrested for that? Because if they did do that and Xana was the target and the boyfriend happened to be there, and then, Kaylee obviously woke up from what her father said with defensive wounds, and who knows, because I think her and Madison were together. I think they were calling Jack and whatever the case may be, but this is my opinion.
Well, I found Philip Koch.
Cool.
Yes. I'm not positive, but it's a feeling of, which is different than being shown. But it's a feeling of, like a mom and dad. They have almost black hair. Like, I don't know if they're Italian or Hispanic or white. I don't really know. I just know they both have very dark hair, the parents. And they're small. They watch their son, and they know that their son's different. They know that their son's, they even are a little suspicious of their son. Maybe not about this, but that their son has some thought patterns that are of violent nature like that. Like, I got a little spirit energy, so it's not 100%, but it's kind of along those
he probably
lines.
kills animals.
That they are talked amongst themselves. Could it be him or whatever? Like, I don't know if it couldn't be him. I don't know. They're just like themselves. So I don't know if he lives with his parents. I don't know what's going on here, but they're showing me in the place. And it feels like it's a couple doors away from the place where she works, but now I'm going on my own. So it's like all of a sudden this spirit energy dropped again. So I need to not talk. Just say I felt that. Oh, when I said I need to not talk, then they gave me spirit energy. Okay, I'm just going to let them show me. Yeah, they're back to showing me the parents. It's like a bread making place or something. So I'm seeing him also cutting open a deer.
Maybe it's a fentanyl meth making place.
The difference is with him is he likes that blood. He's not eating it. He just put it on himself.
And remember what the profiler said, that this person is not afraid of blood.
These parents would definitely be afraid to directly accuse him. They would be afraid.
Oh my God, Cass, I figured it out.
What?
He's a vampire.
Oh my gosh.
I have a little stirring, but not even spirit energy. So it just feels to me the way they hover in the background and whisper about him. I assume that, but I didn't get any spirit energy. Okay, so I'm just going to wait. Sometimes they don't give me spirit energy because they don't want me off making conclusions on my own. So they gave me spirit energy. So fun. Okay, here we go. The buck. Okay, so they're showing me a buck. If that's the name for a deer with the antlers or whatever,
a buck. Okay,
that's what they're showing me is a buck.
What about a buck knife?
Has a picture of himself with a deer holding the horns up.
He's a hunter.
And then I feel like Facebook. So I feel like if
he
I look
doesn't
at
have any guns or
the
hunting
place, figure out that
licenses.
guy, and I look on his Facebook, he's gonna have a photo with.
What'd you say?
I said he doesn't have any weapons or hunting licenses.
Does he have any charges? Huh?
No.
Maybe he's got a Facebook or a Instagram.
I'm already going there.
Oh, okay.
Holding
Does he have any hunting pictures?
No, not yet.
Okay.
The deer on his horns. He might be a little older than I thought, man. Let's see.
You hear that?
He's definitely not
Those are
college age.
ghosts with this woman. I can hear them.
He hates these little bitches running around, like kind of flaunting themselves, but then not giving him what he wants. You know, like.
We were saying that earlier. But I said, my exact words were, maybe he's, you know what? But my thing is maybe he's so attracted to him, but he is, what was the word I used?
Impotent.
I'm going to make you say it this time. Exactly. Oh, shit.
He doesn't get any kind of feeling. I mean, and that's his thinking, not mine.
You hear
that's
that ghost?
In his mind, the little bitches thing is not from me. It's from mine. I got Sean confirming that. Okay. And they go back to the buck. He's real proud of himself with this buck. It might be how I'll find him. They're giving me more chill. I start shifting to the Michael Vaughan case. So just let me go back to here.
Go to Michael Vaughan too.
We're at the baguette store, the bread store. I just think they make like homemade loaves of bread, so they might make sandwiches there too. I don't know. Some sort of bakery or something like that. I'm not sure. And he works for his parents.
Exactly, Liz. But like 700,000 pills, like Gen X said, that's like trafficking cartel kind of stuff. If something went wrong, or maybe she turned and snitched, people like that would go after a child.
But he's old. He's a little older.
You see,
for some reason, that David Paulides guy from Missing 4.
Honestly, it probably has nothing to do with that. I just find it a very strong coincidence, even though I don't believe in coincidences. But I'm thinking it's more of a... The only thing I don't agree with her, which I do agree in a way, because... Come here, Fiona. You want to go on camera? Because I do... Like I said earlier, I think that if it was a guy that was stalking and lurking the blondes, let's say, and Ethan happened to wake up, and then Xana woke up because hearing Ethan with the struggle. But why? I sound so, oh God, I hate saying it, Kaz. Like I feel like dirty.
Mm.
But can you say it this time? Why was there no
SA? Because he was impotent.
That could be the reason why. That he is impotent, and holy shit, because she's saying it right now, but with not the impotency part.
Or 1-1 comes in, and maybe they're trying to show me that he had his look, his coloring or something is like that. Yeah, and I'm getting chills on my legs. So see how you can't really tell what nationalities are mixed in with a lot of people, homogenous Americans.
Do you want to say hi?
It's just he has dark hair. It looks a little like that. I got chills on both legs. He looks like David Paulides. He's similar in looks to David Paulides. I got big chills on my legs. But of course, he's not David Paulides. It's just that he looks like that. Coloring wise, possibly a little face wise too. I'll be able to identify him on Facebook. If I can go see him, I'll be able to identify him if he's on there. If I can track down this business. I'm going to clear yet because I'm sitting there trying to push out again. I'm just going to let this clear. We're going back to their house again. Again, they show me him going up the right side of the house onto that patio. Or, it's like a deck or whatever. Sliding door. See, he eats the apple. He's cutting pieces of the apple out while it has the blood of all those people on. Like, he likes blood. I don't see this type of person throwing the knife in the dumpster because he likes it so much. And he's a hunter anyways, right? Okay, now I'm pushing them. So, okay, here I go.
You say hi?
Oh my God. I feel like they're bread making places on the corner. I'm going back to Michael Vaughan again. Say hi. So it's at nighttime now. He's actually wearing, to me, they look like military boots. Black. It would be like hunting clothes. Camouflage is the name. Yeah, he's after that one that's shorter and a tiny bit chubbier than the other one of those two blonde girls. I have spirit energy. I don't know if it's the other one that works at that restaurant. Maybe like he saw her sitting at the bench waiting for her friend. I don't know, but feels like it's the chubbier girl that he likes or whatever. The little one that's not as thin as the one. So he did cut his finger, but he's pretending to his parents that he cut his finger on the bread slicing machine.
Oh.
Because he actually does it on purpose and puts it up to his mouth.
Eh.
He likes the thrill of the kill, and he actually likes the taste of blood. It feels like he drove his car there, and it feels like he parked it across the street and down 2 or 3 houses, facing away from their house, and he doesn't feel scared. He doesn't feel worried about standing out or someone seeing him. Or feels like he drives a small car too. I have a tiny bit of spirit energy, not huge chills. Okay, let me just, I'm not sure if they're trying to show me he went parked a little farther, like up the street and around the corner. But if you were facing their house and you put your arm to the right, that's the way he parked, and then around that first corner.
Ethan,
So
what,
Marietta? Is that all you
Marietta?
want to show me right now? No? Do you want to show me more right now? We're not doing either. Is my spirit people here? Yeah, they are. Is there more to see? Yeah, they give me spirit energy. Are you guys waiting for me to clear my mind?
This is creepy.
I think where he lives, if you're looking at the house, he lives down off to the right.
Because we don't listen to
If you're facing
psychics
their
or
house, the
mediums.
1102 house or whatever, he lives to the right of there. Down
This
there.
is interesting.
They give me big chills on both legs now. Does he live within a
Big
couple blocks
chills
of them?
on my
The
legs.
chills kind of went away. But he lives to the right. Okay, so he lives that way. They keep showing me across. So they've done this like 3 times, and I didn't really say, but besides living to the right. So here's their house. And then at some point, past everything else, where there's fields or whatever, and you can see mountains across, or giant hills, whatever you want to call them. I do not know the distinction, but whatever. Things that rise up out of the ground. Like, okay. For some reason, I'm not sure the reason, but they show me over there. They show me this. They keep showing me this. Not sure the reason. And I know he may have taken a little bit of a trophy there. A sliced off. He might have a hunting cabin over there. Yeah, he does. That's where he's going to go. Hunting cabin. That way it'd be normal for him to be looking bloody and cleaning stuff off. He's probably on Facebook at this time, right? No,
but I found his wife.
They're showing me, if I'm standing at their house, look off to the right, look where it's either the fields, the track, the farmlands, whatever, but the mountains on the other side, that's where he has a hunting cabin. I don't know if it's a registered place or not, but I know, if he could go there, be all bloody, nobody would even look at him twice if they saw him and totally clean himself up. His parents know there's something off about him. They're showing me his shoes again.
I found him.
They're definitely what he would wear hunting, but they're black.
Ooh, this is over in like 2 minutes.
His foot size is 10 or 11 or something. I don't know. Got a tiny bit of spirit in it. Okay, let me see. Is there more you can show me? That's pretty much it feels like. Now, what about Michael Vaughan? I just don't think they're going to find his body at that house, but they might. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else you want to show me? On anything? It's either a pastry place, French pastries, French bread. They keep showing me French bread all over and over and over again. I'm getting the chills again. So I think that's the main clue. And the round bench around the tree. So I'm going to go on their main street. I'm going to look that up. Is there anything else? He really values the knife he used. And it would feel more like when he went to the hunting cabin, he buried it in a special place to be able to preserve it. Because it's like his trophy, like. That's what it feels like. And he has no remorse or anything like that. No remorse. So he might live to the right and around the block. I don't know. I'm going to look. I'll look on YouTube. Facebook. I'll look on the computer. bagels, baguettes, French bread. I'll look it up. Is there anything more? I'm not getting more, so I'll look it up. What about Michael? Is there anything more about that? I think the answers are on the thing. Just focus on this. Okay, let me see. With Michael, I see those smokestacks again at the place where it looks like, yeah, I got a chill on my leg. Is it true that they won't find him at the house? Yeah, I got a chill on my leg about that. All right. Thank you very much.
Well, that was interesting. So what do you have for us?
Well, he and his wife run a bakery in Moscow. His wife does the majority of it. He does it as a side business.
You got a picture of him?
They do everything that she said they do as far as, what they bake.
What are you reading?
30. What am I reading?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to dox them because I don't want to bring this up because just on what Donna Serafina said.
That's not doxing. That's public information.
Yeah. But how's this? I don't want to hinder an investigation if this is the dude.
Okay.
All right. All I will say is this guy runs a well-known, with his wife, runs a well-known bakery. To look at him, let's see if I'll pull this photo. I'll see if I can crop his wife out because I don't think his wife should have to.
Four cats can devour a body in 2 weeks to the bone.
Oh, wow.
My ferret can eat the bone. My little ferret eats raw chicken wings all the way down, even the bone. And she loves, I got her a little raw fish from the Hannafords on the bone. Ooh, she loved that raw salmon.
She would, wouldn't she?
Did you see her on camera tonight?
No, I didn't. I was too busy.
I had her on camera a couple minutes ago before I put her to bed.
Well, I was busy looking for this.
Okay, so what else about him?
He's got no criminal history. He looks like your average Joe. His wife looks like, just the average wife.
How old is he?
He's 30. She is older than he is. It is ironic that on their page, one of the photos has Zayla, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee's a button on it, and it says Vandal Strong. I'll show you that. Which is, if they do have anything to do with it, it's kind of disturbing. I'll show you this. Not that one, Kaz. Is it up on the screen?
Yep.
So that's posted on their business webpage.
That's interesting. Who mentioned the psychic first? I mean, the him owning the bakery that where the psychic would have heard it from.
Well, Donna, Jim B sent me information about a bakery, but that isn't the same person that Jim B was talking about. It's totally different people.
Okay, so this is right here. Jeremy Reagan speaks to media, but is this the one where we already saw it?
Yeah, that's the neighbor. He looks awfully like him.
Wait.
He looks very
Is that
similar
him
to
right
him.
there? Wait a second.
And at the University of Idaho College of Law, who lived in the victim's house. Good morning to you, Jeremy.
Here he is.
Good morning.
Explain what you're seeing when you're driving through the neighborhood, what's going on, and what do you know about the people who lived there?
So I didn't personally know any of the people that lived at that house. I had seen them going in and out of their house a couple of times as I would take my dog out to go to the bathroom. And ever since this incident happened, you know, I used to see people out in the field across from the apartment complex just playing with their dogs. But then after this happened, it seems kind of like a ghost town. The only people I really see are police and media. So it's just really strange that everyone in that neighborhood is sort of left for Thanksgiving early or just left for the rest of the semester or whatever their plans were. It's just odd to see that it's only police and media in there around there at this point.
Right. Jeremy, the police are obviously there. Have police or investigators gone around the neighborhood and knocked on the doors and said, hey, did you see anything? What do you remember? Do you have any video? Stuff like that?
Yeah, so around noon on the Sunday that it happened, we all got the vandal alert to sort of stay sheltered in place. And then about an hour or two after that, an officer came by, went door to door along the front row of apartments, at least where I live, and just asked if we had any footage or if we had seen anything the night before, if we had heard anything. And that's the only contact I've had so far was just that one time that the officer came by.
How would you characterize what's around you? It looks like a very wooded area. Are there a lot of deep woods around you where you could see people going in and out without being seen?
Yeah, he's strange.
For the most part. So what you can see is behind the house, there's that little wooded hill there. For the most part, it's houses and apartments, other than that little area right there.
Yeah.
Jeremy, but yeah, just Moscow generally. Oops, sorry.
How scared are you and your neighbors? I mean, this person who did this is still on the loose.
I definitely don't feel comfortable. I'm not necessarily as scared because the cops said that it seems like a targeted, isolated incident, and I sort of believe that based on the two of the people.
Did you see that? Watch. They ask him how he feels and watch the smile.
Said that it seems like a targeted, isolated incident, and I sort of believe that based on the fact that
around you where you could see people going in and out without being seen.
For the most part. So what you can see is behind the house, there's that little wooded hill there. For the most part, it's houses and apartments, other than that little area right there.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
but yeah, just Moscow generally. Oops, sorry.
How scared are you and your neighbors? I mean, this person who did this is still on the loose.
I definitely don't feel comfortable. I'm not necessarily as scared because the cops said that it's like a
person who did this is still on the loose.
I definitely don't feel comfortable. I'm not necessarily as scared because the cops said that it seems like a targeted, isolated incident, and I sort of believe that based on the fact that two of the people in the house were unharmed. But yeah, obviously anyone that can just go out and kill 4 people is a danger to the community. And I sort of mentioned in the last interview I did that I hope that he's caught, preferably before I get back from Thanksgiving break.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely just an uneasy feeling being around there.
We're all looking for more information to figure out who did this. Jeremy Reagan, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mark, I'll show you this. I'll show you you got a lot of feedback coming from your end.
I don't have any feedback.
You're all muffled.
I'm muffled?
Yeah.
Let me go out and come back in.
What I've done with the photo that I had of Philip and his wife, I've cropped.
How's that?
I can hardly hear. Did you turn your volume down?
Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay.
I cropped that photograph with Philip and his wife, so I can show you his photograph. So
okay.
I'll just quickly show you.
Who is Joe Vigilant? Grizzly True Crime said that inside the Corner Club where Kylie and Maddie were that night, a Joe Vidot, V-I-D-O-T, tan hat guy was also there and said ew to them being visibly drunk. Food truck was the next stop. So, huh?
That the picture on your screen is Philip. That's Reverend Donna Serafina.
Okay. So that's Ethan.
No, that's Philip, that person that she named in her reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was confused. See, I'm confused with there's so many names. Yes, Ethan is the one. Okay, yes. So who is... Look at this real quick. Who is this? Right here. Joe Vidot, tan hat guy.
He's the big...
Do we know who they're talking about?
No, I don't.
Here is a close-up of the glove I found and I had police collect at the Moscow homicide scene. Chris McDonough.
How can Chris find it and it's the investigators that are supposed to have cleared the scene?
I don't know, but we do know that he was at the crime scene today.
Yeah. Sweetie pie, I'm going to have to say adieu. I've got to go and start dinner. Ross is home, so.
All right. All right, darling.
What? I thought Joe V was a heavyset guy, but I wasn't going to say it just in case I was wrong, Cheryl.
The what?
The Cheryl Ann says Joe V is a heavyset guy that was at the grub truck.
Ah, okay. All right, guys, I'm going to end the dumpster. Hey, Cheryl Ann. I'm still going to play this little documentary since now they're comparing this to the serial killer. It's probably going to be about 20 minutes.
Well, I'll say adieu to you all, and I'll see you all later. Ma, thank you once again for having me.
Thank you, babe.
I'll talk. Good night, Jeannie. I hope everything goes well with your upcoming surgery. Jess, I hope everything's going well with Monkey and your hubby. I'll see you guys later. Love to all.
Love you.
Love you too, baby girl. Bye.
All right. Let's see what the resemble. This is a quick one, but let's see why they're saying Ted Bundy.
It is a quiet Saturday night in January 1978. While most students are sleeping or just returning after a night out, a young man calling himself Chris Hagen walks towards the student apartments in Florida State University. With a natural ability to blend in, the outsider is a terrifying danger to the pretty, dark-haired women he will select as his victims. After 2 in the morning, the intruder slips into the Chi Omega sorority house, home to 36 young women. The man called Hagen calmly moves through the silent house. He glimpses a young woman brushing her teeth in a bathroom.
No,
he creeps on down the hall into another girl's room. His victims will not know who or what hit them. All are attacked while sleeping.
We got a call that came in that there had been a disturbance at the Chi Omega house. And we were just doing routine patrol around the campus. It was a quiet night, it was kind of cold.
1054, just a concerned citizen.
Police have no idea of the horror they are about to encounter.
I stepped into the house, and several of the girls inside were very distraught and were yelling, "Upstairs, upstairs."
One of the first rooms officer crew checks is Margaret Bowman's.
And I went over to pull the bedspread back, and I observed a young female, dark-haired. The head was large, distended. It was obvious that she had been strangled. I could see a piece of what looked to be like a pantyhose or stocking, something of that consistency, knotted around her neck.
Oh, shit.
The scene is
Trigger
chaos.
warning.
Terrified young women scurry in all directions as the police try to establish order.
And then I started going door to door. And this was the room with Lisa Levy's. And as soon as I entered, I went over and touched her. She was almost room temperature at that point. And I had enough of them.
When the search is over, 2 young women in the apartments are found dead, their bodies mutilated. 2 others are lucky to be alive. Drenched in blood, their skulls have been crushed by the murderer's club.
My gosh.
Unbelievably, no one hears the attack. But one student who'd arrived home at about 3 a.m. glimpsed the intruder as he left. Had she not, the attacker may never have been identified. 1 month after the Chi Omega murders, Florida police catch their killer.
Of course, after several minutes of fighting, I did manage to subdue him by striking him with my revolver.
A fake ID reads Kenneth Meisner, who's a swimming coach at the university, but his real name is Theodore Robert Bundy,
Swimming coach.
a vicious murderer and fugitive on the FBI's most wanted list. Bundy is no ordinary killer. Smart, charming, with schoolboy good looks, Bundy had fooled his friends and mystified police, while continuing to lure countless women to their gruesome deaths. On the outside, he appears confident and composed, yet just below the surface
Thank you,
lurks a
Farley.
deeply troubled
I greatly
man.
appreciate
Bundy
that.
basically was a sexual sadist who mastered appearing normal on the surface. I don't think Bundy himself understood the difference between Ted Bundy, the kind of charismatic Mr. Nice Guy, from the sexual killer that he actually was.
The state of Florida serves an indictment on Ted Bundy, formally charging him with the brutal murders at the Chi Omega
think
sorority
about it,
house.
between Bundy and Rollins, that university went through hell.
You're on for a legend, aren't you?
Mr. Bundy got it, didn't you? Mr.
Oh,
Bundy told me
never
that you told him
mind.
that you were gonna
Florida
get it.
State
He said he was
University
gonna
of
get it.
Florida.
Okay, you
My
got the
bad.
indictment. It's all you're gonna get.
Bundy is suspected of murdering not just one or two, but over 30 beautiful young women in 7 American states. Ted Bundy is a serial killer.
My chance to talk to the press. Contrary to section 78204 Florida statute, I'll plead not guilty right now. And your grand jury.
During his trial, Ted Bundy captures the world's attention like no one since Jack the Ripper. How could this dapper, charming man be so dangerous?
It was very interesting to everyone. You had a good-looking guy. You didn't have a creature out there, an ugly creature. You had somebody that everybody could reflect on. I mean, you had mothers saying, gee, if my daughter brought that guy home, I'd probably like it.
Right.
The court hears how during a life of 42 years, Ted Bundy had crafted his image as the ordinary man. How his clean-cut appearance disguise.
I mean, he was smart too. Even through the trial when he defended himself. But, yeah, he's definitely a monster.
Had baffled his pursuers.
Bundy was a master serial killer. If there was anybody who was a pro, this was the guy. He knew how to get victims.
And how to trick them. Bundy attracts women using cunning ploys.
Here's a guy that stalked everybody. He never attacked a woman that he talked to for longer than 20 minutes because he didn't want to, he's afraid of that relationship again.
I remember
For one
that.
murder, he even uses crutches to give the appearance of being a harmless, injured man in need of assistance.
A serial killer, an organized serial killer for the most part, does not need a gun to control his victim or a knife or a weapon because usually they're
I have to pray
manipulating
that
and
there's
conning
not
their
a
victim to the
serial
point where
killer
they
in
can get them into
Idaho.
a vulnerable situation where, in fact, the victim then is in trouble.
What he did was he would hit him quick. And he would blitz him with this tire iron or whatever instrument he used to
An
render them
impotent
helpless.
serial killer.
One serial killer meditation, they plan and they premeditate. It's based on fantasies that started very young in their lifetime and have grown with them throughout their lives.
Ted Bundy is born in 1946 to single mother Eleanor Louise Cowell. When Ted is 5, Louise meets and marries Johnny Culpepper Bundy. Ted is adopted by his new father, and shortly afterwards, brothers and sisters arrive. But from the start, little Ted seems odd.
His teenage aunt recalled a time when she woke up from a nap and here's
Little
this
Ted
adorable little
seemed
elfin
odd.
Ted standing there grinning at her, and he had taken the knives from the kitchen drawer and arranged the knives all around her body with the points pointing towards her body. So here is a child with aberrant fantasies going back
I have never heard
almost
that
to the beginning.
before.
As a youth, Ted Bundy is shy. He's teased and bullied at school.
People did not find me attractive or likable. I compensated for it by being seemingly aloof and arrogant and intellectual.
In high school, Bundy withdraws, covering up his emotional insecurity by studying hard. His good grades get him to the University of Washington, where he studies Chinese and
Maybe
perhaps
Woodstock.
faithfully, abnormal psychology. Here, Bundy continues to construct his self-assured public persona. In the spring of 1966, Bundy meets a young woman who's everything he dreamed of, beautiful, sophisticated, and from a wealthy California family. But after graduation, she drops Bundy. He is devastated.
The brunette that broke Bundy's
Bundy
heart.
becomes possessed with an icy resolve. He lives in this Seattle rooming house, and in 1971, he earns money manning the phones at a suicide prevention hotline.
That's
As he
nice.
answers calls, Bundy becomes hooked on cheap crime magazines. In late 71, killer Ted Bundy meets a new
Weirdos.
woman.
Just
He
a
finds a
weirdo.
job working to re-elect Governor Dan Evans.
Does he have any children, Ted Bundy?
One who meets Bundy's handsome man has a bright future. In January 1974, a string of young women bearing an eerie resemblance to Bundy's first love, long hair parted in the middle, beautiful and intelligent, begin to disappear. On the 17th of April, Susan Rancourt goes missing from Central Washington College. Vivian Rancourt and her daughter Judy will never forget that day.
So her roommates knew right away something was wrong. I said, well, where did she go last night? And I said, well, she went to a dorm leaders meeting and was on her way back to the dorm room and never came back.
This is where he abducted her. She had to walk through this to get to her dorm.
I would be obsessed with searching for her. She had a bright yellow ski coat. I would just look for that, and everywhere we went, I found myself looking in fields and in ditches for this yellow ski jacket to stick out like a sore thumb, and I'd be able to say, I found her. And we looked for a long time.
Throughout spring, women continue to vanish, all strikingly similar, but from different Northwest cities. Most go from public places, a college campus, a tavern, some just steps from their destination.
Wow.
McKean County Sheriff's jurisdiction. Average murder sick until 1974. We'd never seen anything like this, never in history.
On a warm, sunny afternoon in July 1974, 2 women vanish in broad daylight from Lake Summamish State Park. Young women all over the Northwest are now gripped by terror. Several witnesses at the park that day report meeting a handsome man who introduces himself as Ted and drives a Volkswagen Beetle. From their statements emerges the profile of a suspect.
The police thought, no, kid, that isn't really his name. Of course, if you're abducting a woman, you're not going to give your real name. But Ted loved games with the police. And he loved coming out of the shadows and almost daring them. Look at me, I'm right in your face. Catch me if you can.
Throughout the summer of 1974, detectives, including a young Robert Keppel, joined forces with search and rescue volunteers to comb the 400-acre park.
Well, the first break was on September 7th, 74, when we found the remains of Janice Ott and East Housing and one more
Love
person.
some brunettes, King Scarlet.
Then March 5th, 75 was when the first skull was found on Taylor Mountain. And then subsequent to that, we found the remains of 3 more people.
Ted Bundy didn't leave a lot of evidence for the police. He would put bodies into locations where nature, the weather, animal life would destroy the bodies, leaving very little for the police, dragging the bones around.
King County police are flooded with calls. Friends, strangers, boyfriends, even husbands are being turned into the police by the hundreds. Then, in October, Bundy's new girlfriend calls. She pieces together important dates and events. She suspects her lover may be the Ted police are looking for. She remembers that on the day the 2 women disappeared from the park, Bundy came home filthy, exhausted, and starving, then took her out for burgers and ice cream.
It is not beyond the capacity of an individual like this to go out to commit a murder, to go back to the girlfriend, to take her out to dinner, and maybe present her with a little gift, a little necklace or a ring, but he just took off his victim.
The name Theodore Robert Bundy is added to a list of more than 2,000 possible suspects. Then, as mysteriously as they had started, the murders stop. Ted Bundy has gone, leaving the Northwest in shock, and the police baffled. It is the autumn of 1974. Bundy has moved to Salt Lake City, Utah.
I mean, what
He
if
enrolls
this
at
guy
University
just did a hit and run and he left the state of Idaho?
On the 2nd of October, Bundy's terror spree begins again. By the end of the month, 3 women have gone. Later, their nude bodies are found savagely raped and sodomized. Their skulls crushed by ferocious blows from a blunt object. On the 8th of November, Bundy targets his next victim, stalking her from the moment she arrives at the shopping center. Her name is Carol Daronch.
It was November 1974. I was 18 years old. And a man approached me and said, "Is your license plate KAD-032?" And I said yes. And he introduced himself as Officer Roseman.
Doug.
And he said that someone had been caught trying to break into my car.
As a police officer, Bundy tells Daronch to follow.
Good night, and thank you for the conversation. My gosh, I'm going blind. May some form of peace be with you, the friends and families of these children. Amen, Doug. Good night. Sleep good, and thank you.
Follow him to her car, where she finds it locked.
I came out right here and walked through this parking lot. I told him there was nothing missing, and he asked me if I would come with him over to the substation because they were holding a man that had tried to break into my car.
Bundy then leads her to what he says is a police substation, but is actually
And you know
back.
what? Though back in these days, good-looking guy.
The door is locked, so Bundy asks her to ride with him to the central police station. Daronch starts to get worried.
I asked him at that time if I could see a badge or some kind of identification,
kidding.
and he promptly just flipped out his wallet and showed me a badge.
Daronch is puzzled by the fact that the officer drives an old Volkswagen, but she gets in anyway.
I thought it was a little strange, but I just thought, maybe he's off duty, undercover.
Okay, that is where I would have to draw the line. A cop, I don't care if you're off duty or something, you are not driving a VW Bug. It's just, no, you should have ran.
Once inside the car, the handsome Officer Roseland evaporates. In his place appears the deranged murderer, Ted Bundy.
Screw that.
And he pulled over and stopped the car. And it's then that I said, you know, what are you doing? Why are you stopping? It occurred to me, you know, that he wasn't who he said he was, and that something really bad was going to happen.
Oh,
and
shit.
he grabbed my wrist and put a handcuff on my left wrist. I knew he was going to kill me.
Right.
And I thought, no one's ever going to know what happened to me.
In the struggle, DeRonche manages to open her door and falls to the curb. Gripped with the fever of the attack, Bundy races after her, ready to deliver his trademark blow to her skull.
We fought outside the car, and I finally just broke away, and the car started coming towards us. So I broke away and ran
Yeah, I
towards the
would
car.
have run in front of the car and let it hit me.
By sheer luck, Carol DeRonche manages to avoid his deadly grasp, but Bundy, enraged, won't go home without a kill. That evening, he grabs a young woman as she leaves her high school play.
My gosh.
I just knew it was the same person. That this person immediately drove away from me and had to find another victim. I think that was probably my first reaction. Just I was very lucky.
9 months after DeRonche's lucky escape, police stop Bundy as he cruises a quiet neighborhood. It would have been a routine check, but Bundy provokes suspicion with a phony alibi.
Oh, shit.
When the police find an odd collection of tools in the boot, they suspect he's a burglar
That looks
and arrest
crazy
him.
right there.
Rope, ice pick, tire iron, handcuffs, pantyhose ski mask, regular ski mask, all in one kit.
A date
Bundy
kit.
once told me that everybody carries those things in their Volkswagen bug.
It doesn't take long for Detective Jerry Thomas
Just the
that
GHB
courteous law
seems to
student
be
is
missing
more
from
than
that
just a
date
burglar.
rape kit.
I went to Ted's apartment and searched it with him. We had a missing girl up in the Battlefield area called Deborah
No,
Keith. Her
date
body was never
rape
located, never
kill
has been.
kit.
And there was a brochure from a play, and that's where she was that night. Her and her parents played. There was a brochure from this Vigilant high school that I found on one of his shelves.
In the apartment, Thompson finds petrol station receipts from Utah and also Colorado, where several women had disappeared only
Good
months
night,
earlier.
Lilac.
We found
Sleep good.
where he had bought gas through his credit card in Colorado with the Volkswagen on the exact days of 3 of the missing girls in Colorado.
But Thompson needs something stronger. He needs positive identification. Guessing at a connection with the Carol DeRonche case, he serves a summons on Bundy to appear in a police lineup. Bundy has changed his appearance.
Exactly.
His hair is shorter, combed and parted on the opposite side. But DeRonche him out.
I
It was
still
like when he
don't
walked up
lock
that
my
I knew it was
doors
him,
though
and
where
I
I
could tell
live.
by the way he was walking.
Ted Bundy is charged with the kidnap and attempted murder of Carol DeRonche. Despite the accusation, Bundy appears remarkably composed.
Surprised? I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. I've never been in jail before. Never been arrested before.
In the autumn of 1975, investigators from Washington, Utah, and Colorado meet to compare notes on Ted Bundy. They suspect he's a mass killer, but can only agree that they know almost nothing about him. On the 23rd of February 1976, Ted Bundy goes on trial for the abduction and attempted murder of Carol DeRonche.
I think the evidence spoke for itself. We had the crowbar or pry bar that he tried to use on
Hey,
Carol DeRonche.
Mr.
It was found in
X.
his automobile. We had the handcuffs, which were taken off of Carol DeRonche's arm at the time that she broke away from Ted. And the main evidence is someone called in a book, The Only Living Witness. We had an eyewitness, and she did an excellent job.
When she got on the witness stand, she was absolutely certain and very, very credible in her identification of Mr. Bundy. And there were some strange things going on in the courtroom. Mr. Bundy would appear in the morning in one suit and in the afternoon in a different suit, comb his hair in a different way. He was described in the media as a changeling. And it was very true.
By changing his appearance, Bundy reckons he can confuse the judge, but his eyes give him away.
He looked different in all the pictures. His hair had gained weight, lost weight. But his eyes were just the same. They were just so cold and just no expression in them, just no feeling to them.
On the 27th of February 1976, Bundy is found guilty and sentenced to between 1 and 15 years in the state prison. The judge asks for a psychological profile, which remarkably finds Bundy to be neither psychotic, a sexual deviant, nor suffering from any kind of character disorder. But it does say that he seems to have a fear of being humiliated by women. While serving his term, Bundy's troubles continue to mount. Investigators in Colorado are increasingly confident they can link Bundy to the gruesome murder of a young woman in their state.
That pisses me off. Now that does piss me off.
Prison does not suit Bundy.
Okay.
In his mind, he believes he is innocent
Mr. X.
and should be a free man. On the 27th of January 1977, Ted Bundy is driven from Utah to Aspen, Colorado, to stand trial for the murder of 23-year-old Karen Campbell. Bundy charms his minders.
He was charming. He was inquisitive, curious, shifty eyes, always observing things. Whenever I was relating with him, I knew he had an angle. He'd ask me a question, where's that road go? I'd laugh. I said, goes to hell, Ted. Where's that road go? Say, don't work me.
Bundy decides to represent himself at his murder trial. Colorado authorities allow him to do his own research in the law library at Aspen's courthouse. Bundy notices that on hot days, the second-story window of the library is left open.
Yep. This is, oh, here we
On the
go.
17th of June 1977, Bundy waits until he's left alone, then jumps
Get the
from the open window.
jump.
At 10:30 or 11 in the morning, I was phoned by the office saying, "Get your gun, Bundy's escaped."
He eludes police for days, hiking miles into the remote mountains, then hides in an unoccupied cabin. 6 days later, Bundy is recaptured as he tries to drive off in a stolen car. Police think they have a drunk driver, then realize he is their fugitive. This time, Bundy is locked in the more secure county jail. But Ted Bundy will not stay put for long. Just weeks before the start of his murder trial, he outsmarts the police yet again. Shortly after the evening meal is served, Bundy stuffs his law books under a blanket, then pulls himself up through a small hole he's cut in the cell ceiling. He wriggles into a gap and crawls to another part of the building. A small opening leads into the closet of a jailer's apartment. Bundy lowers himself down and casually strolls through a side door to freedom. Later, he steals a car and drives out of town. It takes more than 16 hours before prison officers realize that Bundy has gone. When Ted Bundy resurfaces 8 days later, it is here in the college town of Tallahassee, home of Florida State University. He poses as a student and sits in on classes, soaking up the Florida sun and the stilling atmosphere of a college town. It is here that Ted Bundy goes on his final grisly rampage that was shot.
We were driving through, I forget what county Tallahassee is, but we were driving from the Naples, South Florida area, and we had a Miami Hurricanes license plate, and we came through the Tallahassee area, and we were going, we were speeding a little bit, and we got pulled over by a state trooper, and he said he only pulled us over because we had a Miami Hurricane license plate. He really was an asshole.
The nation.
The killer struck first at the Chi Omega sorority house. He clubbed and then strangled to death 20-year-old Lisa Levy and 21-year-old Margaret Bowman. At least one of them was raped. The killer came in from the night and then returned to it with an ease that has so far baffled police and left most co-eds here terrified.
Later, on the night of the Chi Omega murders, Bundy attacks Cheryl Thomas, a dance student at the university.
Gosh.
But he is getting sloppy. He leaves crucial evidence behind that will be used to link him to the brutal attacks.
Once down in Florida, knowing that people were looking for him, the stress got to him, the pressure got to him. Bundy started breaking down. He started coming apart at the seams. He was off on a killing spree with nowhere to go. He wasn't planning.
3 weeks later, Bundy abducted, killed his 12-year-old Kelly Leach. She disappears right in front of her school. Florida residents wonder what kind of monster is in their midst.
Mysterious one.
On the 15th of February 1978, Ted Bundy is pulled over while creeping along a deserted street in nearby Pensacola.
To the house.
Oh, shit.
These crimes was like
See, you made me mess up.
In a macabre twist of the law, authorities are forced to allow Bundy to question the women or sisters from the Chi Omega Cola.
Hang on.
He attempts to run. When he's finally caught,
How are you, Mr. X?
I'm doing well. How's it going?
It's going good.
Now, Ted Bundy's something I can add to.
Well, yeah, what do you have to add about Bundy? See, what we were doing is there's some well, the reason why I'm playing this tonight, and I told you I played it, the nurses, the 8 nurses in Chicago the other night, and then we played a little Danny Rollins too.
I'm doing well.
Okay.
How's it going?
It's going good. Oh, wait, you got Chisme. Someone turn off YouTube. But we're playing this because there's an FBI profile who's comparing the Idaho 4 to Ted Bundy. So tell us, what do you have to add?
So when he was killed, I think it was like late 80s, 88, 89. I want to say that, let me see, I probably was finishing up, and I'm not trying to date myself, but like either going to middle school, I think, I was probably in middle school or like the end of elementary school. And I just remember them showing really early in the morning a bunch of people on TV outside of the Florida State Penitentiary. I grew up in Florida. They were all screaming, Sparky and put him to death and, all that kind of stuff. And I just vividly remember that because, you're waking up real early and they're going to school and you're waiting for them. These people are waiting to, obviously to execute this guy. And just as a child, like that wouldn't be anything that would be on TV today like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I remember it being scary. Like, why are they killing this guy? What did he do? This guy's going to die today?
Yeah. Sparky was the name of the electric chair.
That's right. So, and then according to the part that you mentioned about Florida State University, Tallahassee, where the school that he kind of ran to, I spent some time on that campus as well. That's in like kind of the panhandle of Florida for those who haven't been up there. But I did an audition, and just a quick little side story at the film school. They got the best film school in Florida is Florida State University. Their film school is attached to the stadium. Okay, so I just could see, and I've only ever been up there a handful of times at Florida State. I didn't go there, but I could just see how somebody can get kind of lost on that campus.
Yeah.
And I mean, granted, I was probably there in the like late 90s, 15 years after he would have been there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, obviously things have built up and all that, but I could just see how somebody could get lost. But I remember doing some auditions at their film school, and then meeting them and almost getting this part for this. Here's a little side story for you real quick. I don't want to bore anybody. Didn't get it. Drove up there twice, which was like 4 hours each way driving up there from where I was at. And then a year or two later, I met the same director at Universal Studios, and he remembered me. And I was like, oh, I think I did that thing when you were at Florida State. And I remember he didn't want to shake my hand. Like if you meet somebody in audition that you had met before, this is a little side story. It doesn't have to do with Ted Bundy as much, but more about Florida State. And what I found out is a lot of the people that get into that school, they're like wealthy, they got money, and especially that film school, they're a bunch of assholes. So that really doesn't have anything to do with Ted Bundy, but I just remember this guy not shaking my hand and driving up there 3 or 4 times, 4 hours each way, and just thinking about Ted Bundy, thinking about that school, what that would have been like, and then auditioning and just like, man, maybe it was just a handful of people I met during that era, but they were all fucking assholes. That's what I can add to that.
And then what were you saying about Ted Bundy's death?
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, he died in 89. I would have been, I want to say.
Oh, that's right. You said it. The people.
Yeah, I've already said it. Like in 5th grade, maybe 6th, but I just kind of remember them screaming on TV in the morning over, kill him, put him to death, all that. And it was on the news.
Yeah.
Just being kind of terrifying how old is 5th grade or 4th grade?
8, 9.
Yeah. And so, don't forget, you're late 70s or early 70s. I'm more late 70s, early 80s as far as, but
26 years old. Stop lying.
26. Okay. So you're born in the 90s, or 2000s. But here's the point. Like I grew up in an era where, parents would take their kids to hardcore rated R movies. For example, like I saw Predator in a movie theater that came out in 1985. That's why I'm a movie fan, because I saw these real hardcore rated R movies.
Elderly cats, Cheryl.
You know what I'm talking about. But, with this being said, it's kind of a different era. But to see something that was that real was beyond even, like, nobody's taking a 5th grader to a rated R movie nowadays. But this was beyond even scarier than that. You know what I mean? Because it was real life. So
okay,
let's go ahead. Terrifying. That's my point.
Let's go ahead and play a little more.
Okay.
It takes days for the Florida authorities to realize who they have arrested. With a phone. Then, once he's commanded attention, Bundy reverts to his usual role of denial and belligerence.
Sure, there won't be any press when you shoot them out. I'm gagged, you're not. I'll be heard.
Even after Bundy is charged with murder and assault in the Keamiga case, he remains aloof. When his court-appointed lawyers accept a plea bargain, offering a life sentence in exchange for an admission of guilt, Bundy abruptly changes his mind, fires his counsel, and announces he will again represent himself.
He denied everything every way he possibly could, loudly and often. And he portrayed himself as a victim of this machine of government that was going to run him into as an innocent man.
Bundy insists that he is sane and demands that his case be tried. The judge rules Bundy is competent and allows him to represent himself. In a macabre twist of the law, authorities are forced to allow Bundy to question the women or sisters from the Keamiga apartments.
He was loving reliving that.
On the 25th of June, 1979, Theodore Robert Bundy goes on trial for the Florida Keamiga murders. The top floor of the Miami courthouse is transformed into a media center. 250 reporters from 5 continents are on hand to witness a spectacle almost as unthinkable as the crimes themselves. Ted Bundy, serial killer, defending himself in court. In court, Bundy feels the eyes of the world upon him, and he revels in the spotlight. At last, he has power and authority.
He wanted to be a part of the team and the problem is, if you're too clever, you appear to be a person clever enough to have done these crimes.
The initial strategy of prosecution Prosecutor Larry Simpson is to show the jury how gruesome the murders at the Kiamiga apartments had been. He produces photographs and eyewitness accounts of the aftermath. One of these is police officer Ray Crew. Bundy, clearly enjoying his role as television attorney, cross-examines Crew.
Television attorney.
He bantered with Officer a little bit, straightened his coat up, and then asked a question, which I think sealed his fate.
Describe the condition of room number 4, of Lisa Levy's room when you entered it.
There was a large amount of blood around the top of the head and splattered on the walls. Her body temperature was way down. She was almost cool to the touch.
And you cannot recall any debris other than blood? Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection. He seemed to be almost getting a vicarious thrill out of hearing me describing his work to him.
By coaxing Crew on, Bundy exposes the jury to the horror of his own alleged deeds.
There was almost a chill in the air in the courtroom while he did that. And frankly, it played right into what one of the theories was that I had in the case, and that was that whoever committed these crimes was a smart person.
In my mind, that was the point where the trial was lost from a defense perspective.
When the prosecution presents its main eyewitness, Nita Neary, the woman who glimpsed the intruder as he left the apartments, her dramatic testimony grips an audience primed to believe the worst.
Is that man in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Would you point him out for us, please?
And seeing her, I can see her, that man pointing to Ted. And Ted's sitting there like, well, what's she talking about?
We, as a defense, needed to limit her testimony because she had been subjected to hypnosis, and her memory got better after the hypnosis.
The first time that you see this individual, tell me, where are you? What time is it? And what day is it?
Neary's testimony is later challenged in Florida's Supreme Court. The court rules that hypnotically enhanced testimony cannot be used again, but upholds its use in Bundy's case. This exception has become known for all time as the Bundy rule.
Man in the dark suit with the red tie.
After Neary's damaging testimony, the prosecutor moves on to the physical evidence.
It came into the courtroom on a floor dolly. There were all these boxes of stuff, and people waited. There was great anticipation for the unveiling of the physical evidence.
The state introduces its first important exhibit.
And I opened a small brown paper bag, a grocery bag, that had a pair of pantyhose in it, and maybe 100 shutters released all at the same time.
2 hairs from the panty mask matched the man to stage in the courtroom, but the single most damning evidence is yet to come.
Mr. X?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a pantyhose fetish?
Not really. No.
I'm not talking about like strangling someone with a pantyhose, but do you like, thigh-high stockings or anything like that? Like
I mean, I
type
think
of
that
fetish?
any woman that is, would like to wear lingerie, I think that's great. I mean, I don't know about thigh-high stockings or whatever, but, I'm looking this up too as you're going through this. I would have been in 6th or 7th grade at this time. It's 89. I'm talking about when he died.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not really. Everybody always says the Mr. X mask is pantyhose. It's not. It's actually a biking mask. So,
Oh, no. I
That's what
never
you're
thought-
alluding to. I don't know.
Hey, Alicia, haba. Chisme, are you not coming back up? I never.
Yeah, I got a
thought
toe.
that-
That's enough.
Yeah, I never thought that your mask was a pantyhose.
So I know some haters say that. I mean, it's a biking mask, so I could breathe through it.
Yeah, well, if it was a pantyhose, then I would call you pantyhose Peepin' Tom.
Right.
Bite marks found on the butt of victim Lisa Levy to the teeth of defendant Theodore Robert Bundy.
Oh.
During the investigation of the case, we obtained an impression or a model of Bundy's teeth, which could then be paired against the bite mark that had been left on the victim.
In my opinion, the only set that could have caused all the characteristics in the photograph of the bite mark would be number 2.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It is the first
We're gonna
time that a piece of
discuss that
physical
when
evidence
this is
links Ted
over.
Bundy
It's almost
to one of his.
over.
I must have been 15 feet away from him. And he looked over at me and he went,
4 minutes. We're going to get
then
into
I threw up
toes.
because I had to accept that this man that I would have trusted my little girls with, that I certainly was alone with so many times, was a monster.
After 2 weeks of testimony from 49 prosecution witnesses, the state rests its case. The evidence against Bundy is overwhelming. After only 6 hours, the jury returns to the courtroom. Bundy shows no emotion as the verdict is read out.
Mr. Count 1 of the indictment, guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged.
On the 31st of July, 1979, Judge Coward condemns Ted Bundy to death by electrocution twice. Bundy remains defiant.
Well, I find it somewhat.
Well, that's
Insert that
interesting.
mercy for something
I think
I
we
did
should
not do.
zap you once
Bundy's
and then
mask of sanity
let you
is
live a
slowly
little and
beginning
then
to
what,
crumble.
zap you again?
On the 12th of February 1980, Ted Bundy is given another death sentence, this time for the murder of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach. Bundy's only chance to avoid the electric chair is to plead insanity. His attorneys tried to prove him insane both at the time he committed the murders.
See, this is a perfect example that some of these crazy serial killers, the age doesn't matter. I mean, this guy's sick.
I think
And
it's worth
during the
it to
trial,
mention this
the
too,
Bundy's
MonkieMar.
monstrous-
Go
He
ahead,
was
go
only
ahead.
42 when he was killed, so or
Right.
put to death. So I mean, we're talking about now 10 years before this when he's on trial. He's 32 years old here. I mean, he looks a lot. I'm older now than when he was killed. You know what I mean? So he looks a lot older than 32. But then again, people back then are drink heavy, smoke heavy, lead in the water type shit.
Just, my gosh, like it was just any age girl that had that brunette resemblance. Like he's just,
Ego defeats their efforts.
Ted Bundy was considered sane under law in his trials, and eventually, of course, was executed for his crimes. Planned. He premeditated.
From death row, Bundy reveals the horrific details of his crimes.
He mentioned words like necrophilia. He talked about having
he
severed
always
heads
held
at
back
home
the
with him at one time.
prolonged shit, though. Control
here in Seattle.
freak.
He mentioned possession, control.
After the first sexual encounter, gradually his sexual desire builds back up, and wanting to fulfill this other need to totally possess her, as it were. As she lay there, he could have strangled her there.
He enjoyed talking about himself and his crimes only in the third person because he was too smart to pin himself into a confession. Now, psychiatrists would look at this and they'd say, well, this is multiple personality disorder. I think not. I think Bundy basically was a sexual sadist who mastered appearing normal on the surface.
In the end, Bundy does confess, admitting to the murders of 30 women in 7 states. He tries to use the confessions as a means to stay his execution, saying he needs more time to reveal all.
See?
He probably thought that he could keep his ball in the air forever.
Control
And the state of Florida would just kind of forgive him. What another mistake that he made was misunderstanding the will of the state of Florida to end his life. He never did understand that.
Almost 9 years after his conviction, the state of Florida denies Bundy's final appeals and sets a date of execution. In a morbid death
Here it is
vigil,
right here.
the nation holds a party.
Yep, that's what I remember.
It's time for me to go. And now I have a daughter that lives in Lake City, and I want him gone.
If he did to your daughter what he did to that little girl, what would you want him to do?
I'm saying that he ought to die. And all the ones that's over the counter protesting, even the judges and the jury, the ones that's all been against him and kept him alive this long, they should be done the same way as he's going to get it.
On the 24th of January 1989, at the age of 42, Ted Bundy is executed in Florida State Prison.
Someone like that shouldn't have the right to live after taking so many lives in such a horrible way. I think he got what he deserved, and not soon enough.
Ted Bundy was everything a cold-blooded killer is not supposed to be. In the end, he achieved the celebrity that he craved. Perhaps Bundy will always be America's most notorious serial killer.
Another serial killer is profiled next to you.
See, I told you that we play old crime documentaries.
Well, it's not that old. By the way, thank you, Gina from Minnesota, for painting this Mr. X painting, which is my new avatar.
Yeah, you
that is
can't.
a painting.
I think my eyeballs are going.
Well, let me just tell you this real quick. So as you're playing this, I'm looking up the day. January 4th, 1989 is a Tuesday. So, like, I'm kind of going back in my memory. Like, I would have been going, you go to school Monday, then you go to school Tuesday, 5th or 6th grade, or whatever it is, or 7th grade. I probably 6th grade. Go in there and seeing those people screaming. And, like, I mean, I'm not really adding too much. You guys already know about the Ted Bundy story, but just, I mean, me being in Florida a few hours away from where this is happening, there was definitely a fervor that was going on. Almost like the chat when the Challenger
I grew up there too.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay, so you were around there in 86, like when the Challenger blew up. You know what I mean?
I grew up in South Florida, in Fort Lauderdale to Miami, Pompano, the southeast corner of Florida.
Right,
and
I understand.
Then after I got married, we moved to the west coast of Naples, the southwest corner.
I don't know why, but all these areas of Florida, because, Fort Lauderdale to, say for Tampa, Pinellas County is 4 or 5 hours, but it seems like it's closer than areas are in Los Angeles. Los Angeles, probably because of the traffic. You know what I mean? So I kind of look at it like, so Cape Canaveral, even though that's across the state and it's only 2 hours and some change, but you could see the space shuttle going off and exploding, like from Pinellas County.
That's so funny that you mentioned that, because when that happened, I was going to a little private school in Wilton Manors.
Yeah.
And I was in 4th grade when the Challenger crashed. And we
I
were
think I
watching
was
it take off in school. And I remember watching it in 4th grade. And my teacher's name was Mrs. Maverick.
Yep. And I probably said this story 50 times.
One sec. Eggy Egg. That's so funny that you say that, because sometimes at night when I can't sleep, I will watch like an old crime story. And today, hang on a second, I actually watched it on, I never knew that it was 2 brothers, but it was funny because I watched it earlier today about the 2 brothers that were, they were sick bastards. So, I know you don't like crime, but have you heard about this case, Mr. X?
Well, I mean, recent true crime, but you got me really piqued about this Ted Bundy in that era of Florida, because I was around there. I feel like I can add something to it, especially with the Challenger and all that. Now, let me ask you this just real quick before you get into this other one. When you when the Challenger blew up, who was? Is that the girl in the black girl in what's that called in Mexico?
Oh, yes.
Here's the only reason I know about that. Because there was a show and I tried to prank it. They were talking about it.
Pranks. You and your friend Jim and the pranks. My gosh.
Yeah. I told him that I was a police officer from Salt Lake City and my name was Mike. And I have some experience in the police department, but I got fired. And as I started getting into the character of it, they knocked me off the show. I was like, fuck. I couldn't get into the prank. So yeah, and then I was like, oh, that's how I heard about it. But let me ask you this question, because I got it on the tip of my tongue. When the Challenger blew up, you were in 4th grade. I was in kindergarten or 1st. I can't remember. Did they send you home?
Well, I'm going to see what's going on this feed, but I'm not showing that fight again. If you didn't see the actual fight where they pull her out of bed naked and beat the shit out of her, I
haven't seen anything. I just know of the general thing. No, I don't know about it.
Yeah, I can't watch that again. That was absolutely insanity what they did to this girl. And then to leave her in this room for the maid to find her. So they were going after the people that did it, and they were trying to get the person extradited back to Mexico. And obviously, she's been arrested. I just want to see what this says right here, and then I'm gonna wrap it up.
Where can I see the fight at?
All rights reserved.
Just go on Twitter.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute and go look at it. Would I just put her name in? What's her name? Shaquinda? Shaquilla Robinson.
I'm gonna drop it in private chat.
Okay, because I'm not gonna be able to spell that. Can't she just be called Jennifer?
Yeah, just go onto that. So, hashtag that name and then go onto the latest and scroll down.
I mean, aren't there any Stephanies anymore?
Hey, that's my mom's name.
Yeah, just like those, you hear them a lot in the 80s. Stephanie, Jennifer. I'm probably
Jennifer was my sister's name, but my sister passed away.
Those were all okay. Those are all the names I remember.
My sister passed away in 2020 from a fentanyl overdose.
Ugh.
Yep. My 13-year-old nephew found her dead on the kitchen floor.
Where did she live at?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, PA. Yeah, that's usually the point where people say, "I'm sorry to hear," but man, that's so tough. I'm trying to bring it down,
but sibling.
Ugh.
But it's been a couple years, and I miss her, but
sure.
It's like it's better. Not that she's gone, but I'm better.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, I couldn't imagine what that would be like. I've actually never had anybody ultra close to me like that pass away. I'm very lucky, knock on wood, but I can't imagine, especially if you guys are close. I don't know, but sorry to hear that.
Close. We were 15 months apart. All right,
Sounds
there
familiar.
is the link to the page, to the feed.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go on mute, and I'll be back. Let me watch. Is it violent?
It's not too long, but yeah, it's this girl. This is why she's dead. It was pretty violent, but I've been checking out these different channels regarding the people that follow her because they have a different intake on it. But I want to see what this guy has to say.
Okay, I'll go on mute.
Well, as you'll see in the link below, they finally issued from Mexico, issued an arrest warrant for the aggressor who allegedly did the neck breaking and everything. Now, my next question is which friend to go next? Because she's just the first one. Okay, let's go Mexico.
All of
let's
them
go
need to be
for
arrested,
real.
and
Because
especially
when
the
this
one
stuff
with
happens,
the phone in his hand.
understand this is bringing a bad sense to tourists. Because when this first happened, my first thought was, did the cartel get to her? And it seems like the cartel had nothing to do with this. They were getting a bad rap because of this. So, okay, the first friend that actually did the incident, now it's time for every other friend one by one. Who's ready to step up next? Either you're getting on that stand talking or you're going to jail because you literally covered it up to her family. What happened to her? When you knew this girl did that, it doesn't matter. Looks like the Mexican cartel was not involved. Not only not involved, but sadly, friends and stuff were lying, covering up this girl who was an aggressor attacking her. What are you covering up? Why would I cover that up? Why is she attacking her at all? Guys, check this video. This partial video looked crazy. Sadly, I just got the technology to try and link up videos with it, but it's not a full video. It's like a snippet, and it's crazy. She's like attacking her like relentlessly. It's like, what's your problem? You got a drinking problem? Did she say something like about
London? I couldn't never watch it again
because you had on a slob of makeup. I was like, ugh.
I can't find it.
She had on so much makeup. It was ridiculous.
I'll find it for you. I'm gonna end
Guys,
this live in a couple minutes.
These aggressive things. A girl wants to be aggressive. Something happens. Like, understand what they said. They not only said her neck was broken, they're talking about her spine. Yo, what were you doing?
Her neck
I bet
and her
for real,
spine.
you're a geek. I bet on the real, you're a geek. You did that to her. She wasn't being aggressive. You tried to be overly aggressive, like you were making a stance. You're probably one of the friends they invited because they had an extra. You weren't even supposed to originally be there. I guarantee you're that type of friend. But now every other friend, just because they arrested this one, the rest is not over. You all need arrested. So you can see what a Mexican jail look like.
Yep.
Maybe you'll think different. And stop acting stupid. It's like you're in your 20s. You're mid to late 20s. What are you doing?
We talked about that last night.
I can add some insight on Mexican jails
Go
too.
to Mexico to kill her.
Imagine how you act here in the U.S. Stupid, like just straight dumb. And y'all, because here's my thing.
But think about it. They literally take this girl to Mexico, in my opinion, to kill her because they don't think they'll get in trouble in the States. And now they're being extradited back to Mexico. And we were talking about, oh, you should have done it in the States because those Mexican prisons, man.
So I can tell you this, and if you're interested in this, I can get through it real quick. I know a guy from college who was in a Mexican prison and in a prison in Beaumont, Texas. And he said the Mexican prison was better than the club-fed, low minimum security prison that didn't even have fences in Texas. So, I mean, I can explain that story about. I mean, I'm not sure what area these people are in, but I mean, I could certainly explain what this story is if you want to hear about it real quick.
Well, go ahead.
So I knew a guy in college, and he got into selling steroids, anabolic steroids. So he would go down to he was from, I think, Missouri. He would go down to Juarez, which is over the other side of El Paso, Texas, and hire guys to bring anabolic steroids and stuff over the stuff. I mean, I remember keeping in touch with him because I knew him from college, but he was always interested. He's like, I'm making all this money. I'm going to invest in one of your films. And I'm like, well, okay, I don't want to know about any of the illegal shit, but like he kept in touch with me. He would tell me all these crazy stories. Then he disappeared. So what happened with this guy was he went down there with his dad. Now he's doing steroids himself. He's probably 5'9", but like 260, a bodybuilder. Huge, right? Like as big as he said, he was so big that he couldn't even wipe his own ass when he would take a shit. That's how big his chest was. When he would bend over to tie his shoes, his chest was so big he had problems tying his shoes. He's huge. So him and his dad go over there, and they get busted for bringing steroids back. They put his dad in jail too. Now they're in a Mexican prison. And he said at first he was so big, nobody messed with him, but he started deflating like a balloon because obviously he wasn't taking anything. He wasn't eating. So he said that the difference of a Mexican prison versus being in a prison in the United States was you put their cops on trial. So you know how like you're on trial if you're the defendant, but you put them on trial, and it's kind of the opposite way. And if you got a ton of money, which he had at that point, you can kind of get out of it. So it's just a matter of waiting for the trial. And then once he was able to put the cops on trial, which is like the reverse of what we do, he got out. Now he gets back out. He comes to the United States. He said he'd never go to Mexico again. He's shipping steroids, powders from China, and he got busted again in a big sting. It was actually, the sting was called something Maverick or something. He gets busted. He gets sent down to Texas, Beaumont, Texas. And he spent some time there. And I started writing to him when he was in prison. He's like, this is worse than the Mexican prison by far. And he's like, there's not even any, like I could walk out of this place. There's no fences. And I was like, well, how could it be worse? And he was just explaining to me the differences of the two. I'm trying to give you a real short version of it, but he said the Mexican prison actually wasn't that bad comparatively, especially if you have money, because nobody down there has money. So I don't know if that lends some insight, but then again, this guy's not a murderer. He was involved in trafficking anabolic steroids. You know what I mean? There you go. Some insight for you. And then he stopped talking to me. Him and I got into it. Because he was talking about different people that were on food stamps and this and that. And I said, well, the federal government spent more on your prison sentence and your trial than somebody. I think I mathematically figured it out. You know how I am. I like to figure out all the analytics. And I was like, well, somebody could be on food stamps at $400 a month for like 14 years for what the government spent on you. And he never talked to me again after I said that to him. You know what I mean?
Either. I'm only kidding. Okay, one sec. So this is her boyfriend. Shanquella Robinson's boyfriend. Sad. Oh, look, he's smoking a Black and Mild.
I think I got this guy's album. She's actually a good-looking woman.
Yeah, she was beautiful. See, this is the fight, but I can't play it anymore.
Here's the problem with all those links that you sent me. You click them and it takes you to some pirate bullshit site, and then it's like, download this. You know what I mean? So I couldn't find it. If you find the exact link or whatever, put it in the back chat. I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
have you been to Mexico a lot, MonkieMar?
No.
Okay, so I've been down there a lot. It's something I've talked about. Not Juarez. Which area was she in?
Hang on, though. Okay, but what if she ends up in this place? I'm not even gonna play the volume. But what if she ends up in a place like this?
She got money?
Probably not.
I mean, American money versus, Mexican money. I mean, she could be lower middle class and that would be rich there. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I bet they get good food though, rice and beans.
Well, there are very few black people in Mexico. I could tell you that too. So I'm not sure what, as a female and as a black female, what she would be going through versus a dude who goes in there that I knew that was like a bodybuilder. You know what I mean? It's kind of two different things. I'm not saying her. Obviously, there's something happened to her, whoever did this to her.
Right.
Yeah. I would never suggest.
I almost feel the misery seeping through the walls.
Did you hear that? The misery, you can feel the misery seeping through the walls. Yeah, that doesn't look like a fun place. I'm going to have to pass. Yeah. I'm good. All right. I got to get my butt to bed.
Oh, we finally got a subject that I know something about.
Well, we're going to have plenty more of those. But
All right.
I've been live for almost 5 hours.
5 hours.
So
Are
I'll call
people
you
super
after the show
chatting? Are you
real
getting
quick.
some money coming in here?
I will call you after the live and send you the link.
Send it to me because I got to get this
on
other
that
stuff. By the
note-
way,
Okay.
yes.
Everyone, thank you for coming in. Guys, honestly, keep your babies safe and stay vigilant. And have a good week. Good night, Mr. X.
Yeah. Get a fucking gun too. How about that?